Chapter 1771. Investigate his background thoroughly. The master of the Li clan roared, "I'll make everyone who is related to him suffer a fate worse than death. Other than the clan members, I'll make them suffer a fate worse than death." The guards and warriors of the Li clan swarmed out. "Master, the city lord's residence seems to have intervened in this matter. Should we?" A man with a goatee reminded carefully. "Prepare a generous gift. I'll meet the city lord personally. This matter will be settled by the Li clan privately." The master of the Li clan looked ferocious. "Taking revenge through the government is always one step away. It's not satisfying at all. I'll deal with him personally. Yes." Almost all forces were paying close attention to this small men's hall. The opening of the men's hall had already attracted the attention of many people, but that time it was because this guy openly claimed that he could cure the disease of the emperor, which inevitably caused a great sensation. Of course, it was a sensation of ridicule, but this time the attention had a different meaning. Or it could be said that it was a sensation in the true sense, a sensation in reality, and in the hearts of some ordinary people or ordinary warriors. The creator of this incident, the legendary divine Dr. Chu, was worthy of sympathy. His actions were more recognized by these people. He had done many things that he wanted to do, but didn't have the ability or the courage to do. For so many years, the three big clans had been domineering in Xixia City. Who dared to say anything? Now, this person helped everyone to vent their anger and even eliminated a big scourge. Everyone's hearts were naturally on Chu Yang's side, but they were powerless to help him. They could only watch the subsequent development of the situation with pity and pity. Chu Yang rested for a while and then came to Yen Russian's room. Yen Russian's complexion was much better now. Seeing Chu Yang come in, although he didn't get up from the bed, he still nodded and smiled as a greeting. "How do you feel? How many more days do you need to recover?" Chu Yang asked. This question should be answered by Chu Yang, who was a doctor, but now he was the one asking the questions. "It's not a big problem now." Yen Russian smiled. "I estimate that in less than 10 days, I'll be more or less recovered. For such an injury, as long as it can be treated, I'll recover very quickly." Yen Russian's reply was also very strange. He was like a doctor. If one removed the word "I" in his reply, it was definitely a very standard diagnosis and prediction answer. One question and one answer. The two of them flipped. "That's good." Chu Yang smiled. "Aren't you the least bit worried about what's happening outside?" Yen Russian looked at Chu Yang with an amused expression. "Aren't you worried?" "You're not worried, so why should I be worried?" Chu Yang smiled. Chu Yang's reply seemed to be incoherent, but in fact it had a profound meaning. If Chu Yang was unlucky, how could Yen Russian, who stayed behind to treat his illness, be spared? The reason why Yen Russian wasn't worried was naturally because he had confidence in Chu Yang. Even an outsider had confidence in him. So, how could he not have confidence in himself? Yen Russian laughed heartily. "That Wang Dao you brought back is quite interesting." Chu Yang suddenly raised his head. "Oh." Yen Russian's words were somewhat out of Chu Yang's expectations. That was because Chu Yang hadn't discovered that Wang Dao had any special martial arts talent. The reason why he was willing to bring Wang Dao back was probably because he felt that Wang Dao's experience was really pitiful, especially now that the Li clan was full of anger. Although Chu Yang was their number one enemy, Wang Dao, as the instigator of the incident, was probably already on the must-kill list. For a moment, Chu Yang was moved by compassion and took this person in. However, he really didn't feel that this guy was interesting. Perhaps you didn't notice. Yen Russian smiled warmly. "This Wang Dao is a good candidate to practice the saber, although he's just starting. It's a little late for his body to be more or less fixed. But after I recover, I'll help you train him. There's still time. I believe that there's still a lot of room for improvement." Chu Yang raised his head and looked surprised. A good candidate to practice the saber? Thinking carefully, Chu Yang didn't find anything praiseworthy about Wang Dao's every move and physical condition. Of course, he didn't examine it carefully. Chu Yang had lived 2 lives, and his cultivation was exquisite. However, his 2 lives added together didn't exceed 50 years. So, he still lacked some experience and knowledge. Experience and knowledge had always been accumulated over time. There was no quick way to achieve it. Another very important factor was that, in Chu Yang's mind, only people like Dong Wuxiang were truly born to practice the saber. As for this Wang Dao, he really didn't look like one. This preconceived idea had more or less blinded Chu Yang's mind. It was a bit like a wise man's 1,000 considerations, but there was always a mistake. You're still young and your experience and knowledge are relatively limited. A momentary mistake isn't a big mistake. Besides, it's really hard for ordinary people to recognize a saber that's really suitable for Wang Dao. Or rather, it's not an ordinary saber. Yan Rushan said, "Previously, when he knelt in front of you, he picked up the saber and violently attacked Li Mingyue. During the whole process, he changed his position 27 times. However, his movements didn't change at all. You've experienced this personally. Why don't you recall a little?" Chu Yang carefully recalled. It seemed to be true. But what did this mean? This Wang Dao has never practiced the saber before, but he has the legendary reverse palace bone. He's a saber genius. Yan Rushan said slowly the so-called reverse palace bone is equivalent to the arm extension. With a little practice, the bones can turn around at will, unlike ordinary people who can only move forward or backward slightly. However, he can move left or right at any time. The clearest proof of this point is the last saber that he used to attack himself. That saber strike, however, displayed his unique qualities to the fullest. Chu Yang's mind suddenly flashed through the scene at that time. He couldn't help but blurt out, "That's right." At that time his arm was facing the sky and didn't move, but the saber was already slashing backwards. If a martial artist could use this saber, it might be possible. However, Wang Dao is an ordinary person through and through. I completely overlooked this point. After all, it's really difficult to use a saber against a martial artist. How many ordinary people can there be? Yan Rushan said, "This characteristic is the so-called reverse palace bone. As for the peerless saber, it's the tendon in the arm. An ordinary person only has 1 tendon, but he has 2. Therefore, he must be born with divine strength. I believe that since he was young, his strength has been much greater than ordinary people." Yan Rushan said softly, "When I recover, I'll be in charge of training an expert for you. This kind of material shouldn't be wasted. If he succeeds, there will be another powerful saber user in the world. Such a saber user, frightening even gods and ghosts, terrifying even demons and demons." Chu Yang said, "Thank you." Yan Rushan laughed. "I'll say this in advance. I'm helping you to build a foundation for him, but I'm not taking him in as a disciple. You must understand this point." Chu Yang smiled. "Maybe in the future, you will regret not taking him in as a disciple. Who knows?" Yan Rushan laughed and said, "How do you intend to deal with this matter?" He immediately changed the topic. Obviously, he could help, but it was a taboo to take in a disciple. "I just feel that the Li clan's reaction is a little too slow." Chu Yang listened to the commotion outside and smiled indifferently. From afar, orderly footsteps could be heard gradually. However, these footsteps could only belong to the city's guards and not the Li family's people. If it was the Li clan, their footsteps wouldn't be so orderly. Only a regular army that had undergone formal training could have such an imposing manner. It's not that they are slow, but they are investigating your background. Yan Rushan smiled meaningfully. After the investigation is done and they confirm that there are no loose ends, they will strike a fatal blow. Besides, they also want to see how the city lord will react. After all, this is the East Imperial law, so they have no choice but to slow down. A fatal blow. Chu Yang laughed mischievously. He rubbed his nose. There are still many good people in this world. Yan Russian sighed. I've heard the commotion nearby. I've been listening. The Li clan and the officials have been mobilizing. Many people are sympathizing with you, and many are thanking you. Chu Yang laughed and didn't say anything. You've only killed a few people and done one thing, but you've already won the support of the people here. Yan Russian smiled. Not bad, not bad. At the end of the day, people still have a conscience. Haha. Chu Yang didn't know what to feel as he laughed. Brother Yan, I don't agree with what you said. Oh, Yan Russian raised his eyebrows. Of course. Everyone has a conscience, Chu Yang said slowly, enunciating every word clearly. I have no doubts about this. However, I would like to ask Brother Yan a question. These people who sympathize with me, thank me, and even pity me, if I were to do 100 things for them, would they step forward bravely for me? Yan Russian's gaze froze. They will admit that I'm a good person in their hearts, or they will even praise me and curse the 3 major families behind my back when only their own family members or reliable friends are present. But after that, they will still cling to me. If I die in the end, I will be completely forgotten by them before long. In the face of the tyrannical power of the 3 great clans, will they swallow their anger or flatter them? I'm even more convinced that even if I do 10,000 things for them, if I'm killed or tortured to death by the Li clan today, no one will dare to stand up for me. At most, they will sigh in their hearts and feel pity. In the dead of night, they will say, if I have the strength, I will definitely avenge him. Then those who have a bit more conscience will burn a stick of incense for me. Being able to do that is already the limit. Chu Yang asked sarcastically, but what's the use of that? Yan Russian didn't say anything. He only sighed deeply. In this world, everyone has a conscience. The only difference is the amount. But a person's cowardice is the best at manipulating people. Among all living things, a successful person will be manipulated by cowardice. Chu Yang said plainly, so when I do things, it's never for the sake of being chivalrous or for the sake of benefiting the common people. It's for myself, for my own peace of mind, for my righteousness, and for my conscience. That's all. Chapter 1772. But if you say that I would do something for such a person, even though I know it's impossible, and even die because of it, I will laugh loudly because that's absolutely impossible, and more importantly, because they don't deserve it. Don't you think that it's foolish to die like this? Chu Yang's words were powerful and resonating. Edited by P. Aren't you being a little extreme by saying this? Yan Russian sighed. Am I really being extreme? I keep reminding myself that everything I do is not for anyone else, but for myself. If not, I won't get the corresponding reward. I'll feel wronged and unworthy. But if I do it for myself, everything is different. Chu Yang smiled. That's why I don't look at the world or the people. I only look at my own heart. At this point, Yan Russian fell silent. If I'm at peace, the world will be at peace. If I'm angry, I'll use my sword to cut off all injustice. Chu Yang stood up and said, they're here. I'll go out and take a look. Yan Russian said, hold on. What's the matter? Chu Yang turned around. Yan Russian was silent for a long time before he took out a green jade pendant. He said, if you discover that there's a power in this city that you can't control, or if you can't control the people from the Donghuang government, you can show me this jade pendant. He said softly, I'm also a government official. This jade pendant is still of some use. Chu Yang looked at him for a while and suddenly smiled. Brother Yan is so righteous. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll accept it. He reached out and took the jade pendant from Yan Russian without looking at it. He casually tucked it into his bosom and leisurely walked out. Yan Russian's expression changed, and a rare smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that in this men's hall, he was the one who hated to smile the most, but now he was smiling a lot. The number of smiles he had today was probably more than the number of smiles he had in the past year. Previously, they had addressed each other as Brother Yen and Little Brother. But this time, Chu Yang seemed to have changed the way he addressed him. He changed it to Brother Yen and Little Brother. If others were to hear this, they might not be able to tell the difference. But to Chu Yang and Yen Russian, there was an essential difference. But when Yen Russian heard her words, he felt a tinge of happiness in his heart. He had given this jade pendant because of Chu Yang's magnanimity. This was equivalent to acknowledging Chu Yang. And the reason why Chu Yang changed the way he addressed him was because of this recognition. Inadvertently, the seeds of friendship had already sprouted in their hearts. Yen Russian smiled as he watched Chu Yang leave. He thought to himself, I'm not doing this for the sake of chivalry or for the sake of benefiting the common people. I'm only doing this for my own peace of mind. Where justice is, I have a clear conscience. That's all. I don't look at the world. I don't look at the common people. Only look at my own heart. If my heart is at peace, then the world will be at peace. If my heart is angry, then I will use my sword and saber to cut down the injustice in the world. For the sake of not feeling wronged. What an interesting young man. Yen Russian smiled. He lay back down on the bed. Suddenly he remembered something and called out, Stop! Chu Yang already had 1 foot out of the door. Hearing this, he stopped, but he didn't turn back. Brother Yen, do you have anything else to say? Outside, the sound of galloping horses was getting closer. I admire your attitude, but I don't agree with what you said. Yen Russian said slowly, people will only explode when they are in a desperate situation. That's why there are so many talents buried in this world. Chu Yang listened quietly. Take Wang Dao, for example. If his family hadn't been wiped out, if he had only been beaten and humiliated, even if one of his legs was broken, as long as his family was fine, would he have rushed out today and begged you to kill Li Mingyue? Yen Russian asked. No. Chu Yang thought for a while and gave his answer. Yes, people have the same mindset. Yen Russian said solemnly, That's why I want to tell you that you can't deny the beauty of the world just because of some cowardly people. They won't stand up for you, but they will bear with it for their parents and children. Sometimes being angry and unsheathing a sword is just the bravery of an ignorant man. But enduring humiliation for the sake of one's family is a hero. That's why sometimes being cowardly is also a hero. Lowering one's head is also a man. It depends on what it is for. Don't say anything unless you're in a desperate situation. Yen Russian's gaze was fixed on Chu Yang's back. He said in a low voice, Brother, you have to remember this. Chu Yang's body trembled. After a long silence, he suddenly turned around and bowed deeply. He said sincerely, Brother Yen, I've learned something. Brother Yan's words today have unraveled the biggest knot in my heart. It's like parting the clouds and fog, and I'm reconsidering the world. Thank you, Brother Yen. Chu Yang walked out with his head held high. He suddenly felt relaxed. Before this, Chu Yang's state of mind was indeed a little extreme. But Yen Russian's words immediately pulled him back from his train of thought, which had already deviated from the right track. Not everyone was able to reach the end of the road. Those who haven't reached a desperate situation and those who have reached a desperate situation have different attitudes. After reaching a certain level, anything could happen. Any change could happen. But just like those who are forced to walk on the path to the top because of despair, would you rather not have the magnificent path of becoming a powerful person in the future and preserve the beauty of your ordinary life? This was a question that would never have an answer. No one knew the importance of this conversation to Chu Yang's life. Chu Yang's state of mind had always been a little extreme after the calamity of Beyond the Heavens sect in his previous life. But from this moment on, there was a real turning point and change. His life path was greatly influenced by Yen Russian's words. It was unimaginable. Sometimes being cowardly is also a hero's act. Lowering one's head is also a man's act. Let's see why. Chu Yang muttered and walked out of the door. Yen Rushan looked at Chu Yang's back view with admiration. The sound of hoofbeats was like thunder. The next moment, they stopped in front of the men's hall. The moment Chu Yang opened the door, the palace guards dismounted from their horses. They were in the same color military uniform with helmets on their heads. They looked mighty. The leader was a burly officer with a curly beard. His hand was on the hilt of his sword as he walked over. In Chu Yang's eyes, it was as if a strong black bear was charging over with big strides. Behind him, the 40 to 50 soldiers immediately scattered. In an instant, they had already determined all the possible escape routes and laid out an inescapable net. It was messy but orderly. There was no chaos at all. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. This was the elite level of the palace guards. This was really unexpected. Are you the manager of this hall, Chu Yang? The curly-bearded officer's sharp eyes swept across and asked loudly. Yes, I am. Chu Yang smiled warmly. General, are you here in my men's hall? Do you have any illness? In the face of such a large army, Chu Yang's words could be said to be a stroke of genius. It could also be said that he was extremely fearless of death. He had come to the men's hall, which specialized in curing illnesses. What illness could he have? The curly-bearded general was stunned. His face was no longer as solemn as before. He shouted angrily, "You are the one who is sick!" Behind him, the soldiers closest to him could not help but laugh. Chu Yang could clearly see that the vigor of the city guards in front of him was really frightening. This was only the palace guards of a remote area, but everyone's cultivation was not weak. Even the weakest in this group of people was at the Xian level. If this level of cultivation was placed in the heavenly continent, it was almost equivalent to the level of a first-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang could not help but have some doubts in his heart. First, if the palace guards were so elite, why did they still need to ride horses? The speed of each person should be at least 10 times faster than the speed of a horse, right? They came on horseback. It simply reminded Chu Yang of the formation of the cavalry in the lower 3 heavens. Second, if the palace guards all had such cultivation, Chu Yang knew that the palace guards of Xixia City had a total of 5,000 people. This comprehensive combat power was almost at a terrifying level. Not to mention that the commanders, team leaders, captains, and generals must have even higher cultivation. Such power. Why would the city lord allow such a filthy existence like the 3 big clans? It could be completely wiped out easily. Could it be that there was another mystery behind this? With this thought, Chu Yang's mind turned quickly. If this was really the case, he was afraid that he would have to make some changes to his original plan. He had to act according to the situation to ensure that everything was safe. I am under the orders of the city, Lord, to arrest the murdered Chu Yang and bring him to justice. Since you are Chu Yang, come with me. While Chu Yang was deep in thought, the curly-bearded general had already shouted loudly. A trace of sympathy flashed in his eyes, but he still did not hesitate to give the order to arrest. Wait, Chu Yang said. May I ask, General, which law did I break? You actually want to arrest me and bring me to justice? The curly-bearded general was obviously a very principled person, and he did not know how to be flexible. After hearing this sentence, he simply could not catch his breath for a long time. After a long while, he shouted, You killed more than one person in public this morning. There are witnesses and material evidence, and now you actually ask what law you broke with an innocent face. What kind of question are you asking? Chu Yang spread out his hands and said, There are witnesses and material evidence. May I ask, General, where are the witnesses? Where is the material evidence? Where exactly is it? Take it out and let me see. Chu Yang's purpose of nitpicking was nothing more than to stall for time, because Chu Yang was 10,000% sure that he would not be taken away. The person who asked him to treat his illness must have already gone to find him. He would definitely not let him be arrested, because even if the city lord could not treat him, he would definitely not use a prisoner to treat his illness. The city lord could not afford to lose face like this. Therefore, that hook-nosed man must protect him, unless he was willing to give up many of his previous investments and the considerable future benefits. Where the benefits are, all interests must be compromised. This was only one of the reasons. And even if that person was willing to give up his investments and future benefits, Chu Yang was still not afraid, because there was another reason. The second reason was the Li clan. The pain in the shoulder is caused by intermittent nerve spasms. For this kind of situation, the hospital is unable to cure it. Ordinary painkillers were ineffective, so he took some cancer medicine. After eating it, it worked. He only felt that the shoulder was still throbbing, but it did not hurt anymore. But this medicine cannot be taken too much. After taking this medicine, if it still hurts, he cannot take it anymore. There are too many side effects if he stops for a period of time and tries again. The doctor told me to exercise more and relieve it on my own. I can only relieve it on my own. Generally, it is cyclical. If it is really serious, we will talk about it. Then I feel that the money spent on this trip to the hospital was not worth it. After all this time, you can't do anything about it? Who doesn't know about exercise? The problem is that it is hard to persevere. Well, after taking this medicine, I can't even feel the periarthritis of the shoulder. I also took anti-inflammatory medicine and continued with the previous routine treatment, Psi. Last night in the group, third young master said that I am crazy. Today's examination showed that I am really crazy. Report complete. I will go and write the second chapter. Chapter 1773. The direct descendant of the Li clan was killed by him. If it was any other clan with the status and power of the Li clan, they would not allow the government to intervene. Update P. They would not take this line down. It was everyone's leduo to repay kindness and enmity as they pleased. Ordinary people were like this, let alone the tyrannical Li clan. Once the government intervened, the murderer would be punished. How could it be as satisfying as punishing the enemy himself? Moreover, if the enemy was caught by the government, the Li clan would borrow the power of the government to do things. This would cause the Li clan's prestige to fall. At least among the three big clans, the Li clan would lose face. They might even be squeezed out of the three big clans. Therefore, the Li clan would not allow the government to intervene. Chu Yang only needed to delay until any of the clans succeeded. Then this matter would change from the government's law to a Jianghu vendetta. At that time, it would be up to everyone's ability. See the evidence. Who do you think you are? When we are in court, I will let you see as much as you want. Men, take down this glib-tongued brat. The bearded general looked like an idiot, but who would have thought that his temper would be the same? He knew that arguing with Chu Yang would not end well, but he waved his hand and a few chains appeared. This was a case of a scholar meeting a soldier. You have thousands of clever plans, but I have my own rules. Meeting such a stupid guy, there was really no reason to talk. Chu Yang could not help but touch the jade pendant. Should I use it? At this time, a horse galloped from afar like a whirlwind. General Zhou, stop for now. The city lord has orders. General Zhou was stunned. He turned his head to look. He waved his hand and the chains retreated. A horse galloped over like a madman. When it reached the front, it almost could not stop. The sturdy horse stood up on its hind legs, and a deep bloody mark appeared on its neck. What's the hurry? General Zhou frowned. The city lord has orders. The one who came to deliver the letter was obviously a scholar. He did not have any cultivation. This gallop was so tiring that his eyes rolled back. He was out of breath. After panting for a while, he said, "Immediately withdraw the troops. There is insufficient evidence regarding Chu Yang's murder on the street. The city lord's office will not accept it." General Zhou frowned. "Is there such a thing?" "This is the city lord's order." "General Zhou, please have a look." "Oh, I see. After reading the order, General Zhou waved his hand neatly. Everyone, let's disperse. Let's go back to investigate and collect evidence before coming to a conclusion. Then he mounted the horse. He looked back at Chu Yang and grinned. Little guy, I didn't want to catch you in the first place. Now that I have this order, it's good. Then he nodded. But you have to be careful. He didn't wait for Chu Yang's reply and whipped his horse. Go! 40 to 50 soldiers. Just like when they came, they retreated like a whirlwind. In an instant, they left behind a cloud of dust on the road. He left in a hurry, just like he came in a hurry. Chu Yang smiled and cupped his hands. His face was calm as he looked at the empty space in front of the door. All around, the sound of something flying through the air came closer and closer. After the officials left, the people from the Li family arrived. Chu Yang chuckled mischievously. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ever since Calamity Sword came to this heaven, it hadn't been stained with blood. Today, it might as well kill to its heart's content. Anyway, if that hook-nosed man wanted to arrange things here, it would probably take some time. Chu Yang, a thunderous roar sounded. Get out here! Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 figures landed in front of the men's hall. Then, the wind whistled. On the nearby rooftops, front, back, left, right, east, west, they were all filled with people. Everyone had a knife in their hand and a sword out of its sheath. At this moment, the cold light of the weapons actually covered the blazing sun in the sky. Roughly estimating, the Li family had mobilized a total of 200 people this time. 200 experts. A dense, murderous aura swept through the entire street in an instant. The weather that was supposed to be midsummer seemed to have inexplicably returned to the depths of winter. The sky was cold and the ground was frozen. The ordinary people within a radius of dozens of miles couldn't help but shiver a few times. The Li family of Zixia is doing something here. All unrelated people, get out. If you're killed by mistake, don't complain. A domineering voice sounded. A bunch of ants, get out of here 30 miles. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone I see. The battle hadn't started yet, but the Li family's overbearingness and arrogance were already evident. With a flash of a figure, General Zhou, who had just left, suddenly appeared on top of a roof. He looked at the Li family members coldly and said, "The city lord asked this general to pass on a message to the Li family. This time he gave you face, but don't be ungrateful. It's okay to kill in Jianghu, but you're not allowed to hurt any ordinary people. Remember, it's not allowed to cause damage to any buildings in the city. Those who violate will be killed without mercy. There's no room for mercy." The Li family's leader's face stiffened. He turned his head and looked. "General Zhou, how can you control the fire so accurately in this kind of Jianghu fight? It's hard to avoid accidental injuries. Our Li family will compensate those who were injured after the incident." General Zhou's face didn't change. He said lightly, "Orders can't be changed. If you violate them, you'll have to bear the consequences. It's your business if you can't control the fire, but it's our business to deal with the aftermath. There's one more thing you must remember. It won't be hard for the city lord to control your heads." The Li family's people showed anger in their eyes, but they didn't dare to say anything. They only dared to be domineering toward ordinary people and ordinary warriors. In the face of real power and violence, they also had to stand aside. This is the first time the city lord's office has let you do as you please. It may also be the last time. General Zhou said loudly, "Your Li family, you'd better behave yourselves." Chu Yang said loudly, "General Zhou, since the city lord's office allows us to deal with our grievances using Jianghu methods, then if the Li family suffers losses, will the city lord's office take care of it?" General Zhou's eyes showed a strange look. He said, "Jianghu matters are settled in Jianghu." "I understand. Thank you, General Zhou." Chu Yang's face relaxed. That straightforward General Zhou seemed to have a strange smile on his face. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared. This General Zhou seemed to be rough, but he had already hinted to Chu Yang that it was okay to kill them all. This made Chu Yang feel refreshed. General Zhou's movement this time also made Chu Yang's eyes flash with surprise. This General Zhou's cultivation was very exquisite. Even if he was a little weaker than Chu Yang, it was definitely not by much. Go, everyone, kill this guy with the surname Chu. The leading expert of the Li family did not dare to offend General Zhou, but this would prevent him from venting his anger on Chu Yang. Take revenge for the two elders. Go. More than a dozen figures rushed over like a whirlwind. Chu Yang smiled. His body suddenly changed from a stationary state to a floating state, and he slowly rose up without moving. He was dressed in black. His head of black hair fluttered in the wind, but his body remained straight and motionless. Only his eyes emitted a sharper and fiercer light. More than a dozen sword light and saber energy swept over from all directions like a storm. A chilling aura descended. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly had the same feeling as when he was on the wind thunder platform in his previous life. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Yes, it really felt the same, but my strength has already transcended. Looking at the snow-like sword light and saber energy around him, a surge of murderous aura suddenly rose from Chu Yang's body. A little bit of cold light, Chu Yang said lightly, 10,000 feet of light. His voice was indifferent and low, but it was as if an emperor who ruled the world had issued an order to kill. An earth-shattering murderous aura. Suddenly, it exploded from Chu Yang's body. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang, who was originally unarmed and defenseless, suddenly turned around. A little bit of cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. In this heavenly imperial court, King of Hell Chu, the master of Calamity Sword, for the first time, although that little bit of cold light was faint, it was mixed with the most chilling and coldest feeling. It was a kind of cold light that was enough to freeze anyone's bone marrow. The moment they saw this little bit of cold light, the dozen people who were attacking Chu Yang felt a chill in their hearts. Simultaneously, they felt a chill that went straight to their bones. Then, a ball of sword light that was more dazzling than the sun in the sky. It suddenly appeared vigorously. At this moment, all the people who were watching and fighting had the same feeling in their hearts. After that little bit of cold light flashed, it suddenly returned to Chu Yang's body. Then, from Chu Yang's still body, what exploded was thousands of sword energy. Extremely dazzling sword energy. In addition to being dazzling, the sword energy that was enough to shake the heavens and earth shot out from Chu Yang's body in all directions. In fact, every single one of them was so clear. They all had the clearest targets. It disappeared in a flash. But that scene of endless brilliance just now seemed to be forever imprinted in everyone's eyes and hearts. After the sword light disappeared, streaks of blood light suddenly appeared. Those streaks of blood light were like a fountain full of power. They shot out a distance of hundreds of feet and rushed into the air. That was a special situation where one's whole body was filled with energy that couldn't be released, but was stabbed in a fatal spot by the enemy. The whole body's cultivation pressure, the whole body's blood, under the high pressure, suddenly found an outlet that could be released. Naturally, it was going to spurt out desperately. This spurt, in addition to blood, was accompanied by one's own vitality and soul. At the same time, one's body was exhausted to the extreme. Around him, the 13 Li clan experts who were originally charging with swords and sabers were all still in a charging posture, but their eyes had all turned gray. Then Chu Yang stood with his hands behind his back, still maintaining his original straight posture as he climbed straight up from the center of the crowd. But the 13 people who attacked him didn't seem to see it at all. They still maintained their original posture and continued to move forward, flying past his feet just like that. Once they flew, there was no turning back. They directly rushed into the distance, and after the momentum of this charge gradually weakened, one by one, they fell down like broken sacks. The blood fountain staggered in the air, forming a bright red color. After the change, world-defying heavens is indeed much better. The open beta server is opened very well. Players who don't spend money have a lot of fun playing it. Tomorrow, a new server will be opened. Brothers and sisters who have time can go in and play tomorrow afternoon. The game is in the game's special area. With my eyesight, I'll change my profession and open a game company in the future. Chapter 1774. Their bodies lost all control and crashed into the walls before falling to the ground. Some of them rolled down from the roof, and some of them crashed into the ground, causing their brains to splatter. In the middle of their throats, there was a small bloody hole that was still gushing out blood. None of the 13 people survived. One sword strike at the same vital point. With just one sword strike, the 13 spirit experts of the Li clan lost their lives before they even had the chance to retaliate. Is this the Shmi sword technique? The remaining few hundred experts of the Li clan looked at Chu Yang, who was standing with his hands behind his back, empty-handed. In his eyes, there was only an indescribable shock in his eyes, and he was no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. At this moment, Chu Yang's hands were still empty. It was as if that soul-stirring cold aura had never appeared, and those deadly sword lights were just like an illusory dream. Everything was as if they didn't know anything. But everyone knew that it was this young man who was as handsome as jade, who was empty-handed and clean from head to toe, who had just taken the lives of 13 of his companions with a shocking sword technique. Those people didn't even have the time to scream before they died. Their lives were already gone. In the shadows far away, General Zhou's mouth was wide open and his eyes were filled with fear. If I had really captured him, and he had used this sword on me, tomorrow, my wife would be able to go to the city lord to ask for a pension. How dangerous! General Zhou knew that he would not be able to contend against that awe-inspiring sword strike just now. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his black face had turned snow white. If there was a mirror for him, he would definitely be able to see that his face was much paler than the day he got married, men's hall. Yen Russian, who was lying on the bed, was also shocked. Is this the Shmi sword technique? Is this the Shmi sword technique? As the #1 general in the Eastern Royal Heavens, Yen Russian was very knowledgeable in martial arts. Even if he couldn't be ranked in the top 10, he definitely wouldn't be too far behind. But Chu Yang's sword strike was a peerless divine sword that had never appeared in his memory. If Yen Russian still had an impression of this martial art, Nami, this proved that it had never appeared in the Heaven Palace before. At the very least, no one in the Eastern Royal Heaven had ever used it before. Yen Russian was 100% confident that he would be able to pull it off. This was such a miraculous sword strike, swift and fierce. Every ray of sword light shot out from a direction that was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. However, it would not give the spectators a creepy and eerie feeling. In the eyes of the spectators, that sword strike only looked ethereal and unrestrained. Moreover, it was filled with the aura of a king. Grand and imposing. However, how could such a terrifying and cold sword move be so grand and imposing? Yen Russian could not figure out the reason, no matter how hard he racked his brains. This should not happen. But now, the contradiction was right in front of ZJ's eyes. Chu Yang stood quietly in the air. His expression was calm and indifferent, but his heart was in turmoil. The Calamity swordsmanship actually gave birth to a brand new feeling when Zhan Shou attacked just now. It was as if only in this moment could the terrifying power of the Calamity sword technique be truly unleashed. There was another kind, an insufferably arrogant one. Once the sword was unleashed, it was like a sovereign descending upon the world. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was a blessing from the heavens, or perhaps it was another legend. In any case, when Chu Yang attacked with his sword this time, he had a condescending attitude, and he also had a condescending attitude in his heart. When he swung his sword again, he could clearly feel the pride that came from the calamity sword itself. At that moment, Chu Yang's mind was truly immersed in the calamity sword for the first time. He was one with this sword, man, and sword as one. He was like a god, looking down at the many ants in front of him who were waiting to be killed. Killing them was a normal thing to do. What harm would there be in slaughtering ants? This sword instantly shocked the whole place, including everyone, whether they were martial artists with cultivation or ordinary people with no cultivation. They were all shocked by the brilliance of this sword. There was only silence. Greasy Face, who was entrusted by Chu Yang to protect the safety of the men's hall, could only look shocked at this moment. His mouth was wide open, and a trace of sparkling gradually slid down from the corner of his mouth with incomparable toughness. It dragged out a long, translucent thread. That expression was like that of an old woman who had discovered that her loyal husband was having an affair and that the person was a man. She was so shocked by the truth that she didn't know what to do. Behind his butt, that furry tail was unconsciously swinging wildly, showing that Teacher Cat's heart was extremely unsettled. And Wang Dao, who was behind his butt, even felt the wind brought by that furry tail constantly blowing at ZJ's face. In such a hot summer day, it actually gave birth to a kind of pleasant breeze that caressed one's face out of thin air. It was really like a big cattail leaf fan. Wang Dao looked at Teacher Cat's butt and thought enviously, if only he used a little more strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't fart. Don't fart, Don't destroy this rare, pleasant feeling. Chu Yang's body was still in midair, his eyes coldly looking at the enemies in all directions. His eyes were filled with disdain. The surroundings were silent. The killing effect of this sword had undoubtedly thoroughly shocked the whole place. The Li clan's leader, an old man in his 50s, had a look of horror in his eyes. This was an earth-grade expert, and also the leader of the Li clan's trip. With his early earth-grade cultivation, it was enough for him to run amok in this Xixia city. And the Li clan's biggest reliance in Xixia city was the 2 earth-grade experts that the clan had. One was at the early earth grade, and the other was at the early earth grade. High-end strength was always the foundation of a clan standing. This convention was applicable in the heavenly layer, and it was also applicable in the heavenly layer. But now this earth grade expert, who was once insufferably arrogant, clearly felt that ZJ's palms were sweating. Seeing that Chu Yang was still leisurely and carefree, his heart was filled with confidence. That sword just now, if it was aimed at ZJ, would ZJ be able to block it? Dodge? Would they be able to escape unscathed? You have no confidence. Even if this young man's true strength was below ZJ's, he still had no confidence. Calming himself down, he opened his mouth and shouted, "This guy only has the strength of a mortal grade." That sword just now was indeed powerful, but the consumption would be huge. Even if he dies from exhaustion, he won't be able to make many moves. Everyone will be divided into 10 waves, one wave after another. He's only one person. We'll take turns to kill him. Take note, once you touch, retreat, don't continue fighting. Then, the next wave will attack immediately. It's a temporary gain and loss. It's not a big deal. Everyone on the Li clan's side was shocked, and then a burst of ecstasy. Yes, the opponent's move was indeed very powerful. Even the strongest person on ZJ's side was unable to block it. But no matter how powerful he was still only at the peak of mortal grade. As long as they used the will tactic, how long could he last alone? Of the 200 people, 13 had died just now, but there were still 187 people left. 10 waves, each wave would have 18 people. He didn't have 3 arms. How could he block such a dense wave of attacks? A temporary loss of power was not enough to explain the situation. Go. Quickly dividing into groups, under the command of the Earth grade expert in the lead. The first group flew up, towards Chu Yang violently. There was no need to hold back. If the first attack failed, they would immediately retreat. If they attacked again, they would at least have to wait until after the 17 waves of attacks. There would be plenty of time to recover. Second Elder, should we go and capture that damned slave Wang Seniu who is hiding in the Hall of Men and execute him? Someone from the other group asked carefully. No rush. This second Grandmaster shook his head and said, as long as we subdue this Chu Yang, Wang Seniu will naturally not be a problem. Let him suffer in this boundless fear for a while longer, and that won't be a good feeling either. But if we can't even deal with Chu Yang, even if we capture Wang Seniu, what's the point? He's just an ordinary person. Yes, Second Elder is wise. That person from the other group said flatteringly, in the Heaven Imperial Court, because people's lifespans were generally very long, especially those big clans, their lifespans were even longer. Therefore, in terms of seniority, there was a lot of confusion. In the end, they simply used seniority, like which generation, as the standard for addressing people. For example, the person leading the group now was the son of the old ancestor who founded the Li clan. He was the second generation ancestor of the Li clan, so he was called Second Elder. But these two words were not very respectful, so there was such a weird title like Second Elder. It had to be said that this Second Elder's tactical arrangement was quite useful for the current Chu Yang, at least on the surface. Chu Yang had fallen into a wave of multiple attacks. The first group of 18 people from the Li clan went forward together. Some of them attacked from afar, while others attacked from close range. Everyone only made one move or one sword move. They did not care about the result and immediately escaped. Under such a shameless and targeted tactic, Chu Yang seemed to have fallen into an extremely passive situation. Sure enough, his exquisite sword moves could not be used again. In other people's eyes, there was a kind of feeling. This divine Dr. Chu, with wonderful swordsmanship, seemed to have been restrained. If there was a chance, space, and gap to make a move, so what if you have an invincible sword move? In the distance, that hook-nosed man appeared on the roof with a dozen people to watch the battle. It was a blatant and undisguised manner. It was like, in this Xixia city, I have no scruples. As for the 10 men behind him, each one of them is full of energy, high-spirited, and lawless aura. If it was their background, it wouldn't have been so strange, because they were all from the Jiang Donghua clan. Chapter 1775. The Jiang Donghua clan wasn't considered a big clan in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But in Xixia City, they could absolutely do whatever they wanted. They didn't need to care about anyone or anything. With the Jiang Donghua clan's strength, even the Jin clan, Wu clan, and Li clan, who were the strongest local tyrants in Xixia City, wouldn't dare to act rashly after knowing their background. This hook-nosed man was an important figure in the painter, the fourth master of the Hua clan. Fourth master, this divine Dr. Chu seems to be at a disadvantage. He might not be able to hold on any longer. Should we make a move? Someone asked. Let's wait for a while more. The hook-nosed man looked at the battle situation with his eagle-like eyes and said, although Chu Yang is at a disadvantage, his life is not in danger for the time being. What I want is to make a move at the last moment before he's at death's door. Once I make a move, I'll save him from death's door. Only by truly saving my life and laying the groundwork for me would I be able to achieve the greatest effect. You must choose the most opportune moment to show your kindness, the hook-nosed man said in a deep voice. The hook-nosed man said in a deep voice, don't do things that are just icing on the cake. The meaning is very limited. Fourth master is indeed wise. In the men's hall, Greasy Man was really anxious now. He couldn't help but want to make a move. In his opinion, although Chu Yang still had some strength left and was able to fully exert it, it was really too sullen to continue fighting like this. No one would be able to stand such a one-sided battle. But just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Yen Rushen. Don't go over. Yen Rushen had actually gotten up from the bed and stood at the door. He leaned against the door and looked very weak, but his words were powerful and Greasy Man didn't dare to make a move. If you go over now, you'll definitely spoil his overall plan and interfere with his comprehension. This kind of comprehension is something that can only be encountered by chance. If you miss it, you won't get another chance. Comprehension? He seems to be in an extremely passive situation, but he's actually comprehending. Greasy Man suddenly realized. Since Chu Yang had the ability to kill 13 people with one sword move at the beginning, he naturally wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. Even if we were besieged, it wouldn't be to the point where we can't even injure one person. Yen Rushin wasn't paying attention to the battle. He lowered his gaze and said he seems to be trying to understand his sword now. Once he does, he will be able to resolve his predicament. Sneaky nodded repeatedly. A certain cat was also an expert in cultivation. Other than Yen Rushin, his cultivation was the highest among everyone present. Previously, he was only concerned about Chu Yang's safety. Now, he was enlightened by Yen Rushin's reminder. As he observed the battle from the perspective of a spectator, he instantly saw through the crux of the battle. Yen Rushin was right. At this moment, Chu Yang indeed felt a brand new and wonderful feeling that he had never felt before. The arrogance of the Calamity Sword, the awe-inspiring aura, the arrogance of not putting any enemy in its eyes, was boundless and magnificent. This was what he had experienced in his first battle in the Heavenly Imperial Court. At this moment, Chu Yang could clearly feel that aura. He could even feel that this was a kind of foundation. Only a sword that was truly lawless and had once slaughtered everyone in the world and stood at the pinnacle. Only then would they be able to have such a magnificent foundation. It was precisely under such an arrogant aura. Chu Yang's heavenly divine technique, which had been circulating with difficulty, was circulating at an unprecedented and astonishing speed. Ever since his dantian was formed, even the primordial real silk, which hadn't been used much, was undergoing subtle changes at this moment. It was constantly replenished from his dantian and entered his meridians. Then it traveled throughout his body and finally returned to his dantian. Every operation and every strand of primordial real silk gave Chu Yang a feeling that he was brimming with power. It was real and not fake. It was precisely this reality that gave him absolute confidence. As long as he was in such a state, even if he continued to battle for another 1,000 or 10,000 years, he would absolutely not get tired. Could this be the true secret of the Tribulation Sword? Chu Yang's mentality also gradually increased along with this kind of arrogance. It was as if as long as he accompanied the Tribulation Sword, he would be able to wander in the sky forever. Slowly, the arrogance in his heart also became more and more abundant. There was more and more a feeling that these people in front of him who were fighting with him were really just some ants. Ants that couldn't withstand a single blow. Even if they were extremely daring ants, no matter how many of them there were, they were ultimately still ants. A kind of displeasure welled up in Chu Yang's heart. How could such an ant attack ZJ? And they dared to fight him? Were they worthy? Suddenly, Chu Yang let out a long howl and shouted angrily, "A bunch of ants! How dare you offend the might of a tiger?" This sentence made everyone feel like they had gone crazy. Looking at the situation before them, Chu Yang was definitely at a disadvantage. It seemed like the pressure he was under was getting heavier and heavier, and he was in danger of collapsing at any moment. However, at such a critical juncture, he actually shouted out such a sentence that was full of confidence and anger. This kind of anger did not come from being aggrieved. It was the kind of anger that came from a powerful existence being provoked by a bunch of weaklings. What was going on? But then, the situation on the field changed. It was a sudden and shocking change without any warning. Chu Yang was really angry. Under the inexplicable influence of that arrogant mentality, Chu Yang actually got angry. He had been experiencing and experimenting with that feeling all along. He felt all the changes in his meridians, felt the subtle changes in his mentality, and felt the rapid depletion of his energy. Not only was it depleted, but it was also increasing rapidly. Even if it continued for a long time, he did not have to worry about his energy being depleted. He was originally full of joy and boundless joy. According to the original plan, he should have continued to wait in such a place, waiting for the hook-nosed man to make his move. He should have taken the opportunity to create trouble and lead to the situation that he wanted the most. But that arrogant mentality suddenly changed into the anger of wanting to dominate the world. It made him completely lose control when he made his move. Even Chu Yang was not prepared for such a situation. Everything was an accident, an unexpected accident. All of you are courting death. Since all of you are courting death, then go and die. Facing another wave of Li Clan experts flying over, Chu Yang stood up and no longer guarded closely. Instead, he went up to meet them at lightning speed. That cold light suddenly flashed again. Then it disappeared again. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A bone-chilling feeling rose up in their hearts. That cold light, it once again covered the sky and covered the earth. It was the same move. It was 10 times stronger than the 10,000 feet cold light earlier. It was not just 10 times, it was a lot more. Cold light 10,000 fathoms. Chu Yang slowly recited this sword technique. He had a new understanding in his heart. So, this is the true meaning of 10,000 rays of light. Before this, it was the essence of the Tribulation sword technique. The true power of the Tribulation sword technique was only the tip of the iceberg. Even saying that it was the tip of the iceberg was an exaggeration. Quickly hide. The Li Clan's second Grandmaster almost tore his throat as he shouted at this moment. But in his heart he was worried. It's over. This wave of manpower is all over. The cold light instantly turned into a clear and elegant sword energy, overflowing with brilliant colors. With a kind of calm arrogance, but as fast as lightning, it pierced through the throats of the 18 people who rushed up. Mixed with the surging bloodlight, it flew into the vast sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Those 18 people, at the moment when the light flashed, uniformly lost their lives. In the brilliant rain of blood, their faces still had the brutality from before as they slowly fell from the sky. Indeed, no one was spared. So vicious. The Li Clan's second Grandmaster's eyes were almost bloodshot. Chu Yang, are you from Shmi? Chu Yang laughed. I'm from Shmi? Is it important that I'm from Shmi? If I am from a powerful faction, are you all going to kneel down and flatter me? If I'm not famous, should I be at your mercy now? The Li Clan's second Grandmaster gritted his teeth and said, You don't dare to say it? You don't have the guts to say it? You're nothing. Chu Yang laughed arrogantly. You think you're qualified to ask about my background? You shameless bastard. The Li Clan's second Grandmaster was so angry that blood almost rushed to his head. He waved his hands wildly. Go. Go together. Kill him. Kill without mercy. Don't leave him alive. He was almost driven crazy by Chu Yang's provocation. The remaining 100 or so people of the Li Clan roared at the same time and rushed up. Chu Yang tiptoed and flew into the sky. He said slowly, Lend me your cold light, and I'll scatter the cold light for 10,000 feet. I'll reign supreme over thousands of rivers and mountains, and I'll be the emperor of the world. Ha ha ha, I see. With a long laugh, another move of 10,000 feet of cold light was released. It was just that this move was released for the third time, and its power was even stronger than before. It was actually much stronger than the previous move. The previous move was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the heavenly level. If this move was evaluated, even if the Dharma Supreme came back to life, he would have to submit to it, and even if the extraterrestrial demon came back, he would have to retreat. Arrogance was not really arrogance. It could also be said to be a kind of extreme confidence. Because of confidence, one became arrogant. When one's confidence reached the extreme, it was arrogance. This sword move was made with a kind of perfect mentality that was full of foundation, with a heart that ruled the world. Since the world is ruled by me, the The life and death of all the people in this world are naturally decided by me. When I kill, I execute you. I sentence you. Therefore, my heart is majestic and magnanimous. Chuyang finally fucked up. The first move of the tribulation sword technique was actually about mentality. Chuyang flew over on his sword. His movements were elegant and unrestrained. He shuttled through the crowd at high speed. One could only see a cold light flashing from east to west and from south to north. It kept going back and forth in an endless cycle. That cold light actually relied on a single sword to weave an inescapable net of slaughter in the air. It was so dense that there was not even a single gap between it and the enemy. Chapter 1776. The 13 plus 18 people who died earlier were both unlucky and lucky. They were the first to die, so they were unlucky, but they were also lucky. Because their way of dying was a sword that cut off their souls. There was no pain. At this moment, everyone could only see broken limbs falling from the sky, dripping with blood. Countless wails rose and fell, one after another, incessantly ringing in their ears. Li Clan's second Grandmaster's face was pale. He really didn't expect that the great-grandson of the lowest seniority in the clan would use his own death to provoke such a terrifying enemy for the Li Clan. An enemy at the peak of the human level was able to make him, a beginner of the earth level, lose the courage to attack. Even if he forced himself to attack, he already had no chance of winning. Could the Li Clan really afford to provoke such an enemy? To quell such a great enemy, the Li Clan would have to pay the heaviest price. And all of this was based on the fact that Chuyang was only an ordinary Jianghu cultivator. If he had a background, what kind of background would be able to cultivate such a talented younger brother with such cultivation and strength at such a young age? Thinking of this, Li Clan's second Grandmaster shuddered. But things had already come to this. There was no turning back. He could only brace himself and hold on. Let's attack together. An old voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He couldn't help but be shocked and called out, "Father! Don't make a sound. Let's attack together. No matter the cost. Destroy him as quickly as possible." The voice in his ears continued, "This person is extremely dangerous. We must take him by surprise and destroy him. Otherwise, after today, the Li Clan will be finished." Yes, from beginning to end, Chuyang had an air of ease as he harvested human lives to his heart's content. Fresh lives disappeared under his sword one by one, but his heart didn't waver at all. His figure was elegant and quick as he flitted across the sky. Blood rained down. The Li Clan's originally imposing and tyrannical experts had now become a flock of sheep targeted by a fierce tiger and slaughtered. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. It was a kind of fear that made one's courage shatter. What Li Clan? What clan? What honor? What backbone? What integrity? All of that scrammed to the side. The most important thing now was to run for their lives. If they were going to lose their lives, what was the point of thinking about those useless things? There were more than 180 people in total. But Chuyang's sword had already destroyed more than 130 people in a short period of time. Those who were lucky enough to survive had their minds completely broken down as they screamed unconsciously. He shouted words that he didn't even believe came from his own mouth. He dodged with all his might and used all his means. They even used the bodies of their comrades to conceal themselves. If there was someone who could block him at this moment and prevent the fatal sword light from finding him, then even if it was his own brother, he would not hesitate to push him out. Sword light flashed. People were howling, blood was spraying, and heads were rolling. In the blink of an eye, the 200 experts of the Li family who had come aggressively had already been utterly defeated. Chuyang's heart was still as cold as ice. Suddenly, two dangerous auras suddenly rose. There was an expert. Instantly, Chuyang felt two enormous pressures coming towards him. His heart could not help but tremble. To be able to make him feel this kind of pressure, it must be a cultivator with a higher cultivation than him. Moreover, he should be more than just a level higher. Also, there were a total of 2 attackers. Chu Yang could feel his soul trembling. That was a sense of crisis that concerned life and death. Chu Yang's thoughts flashed. Before he even felt the attack, he had already jumped up without hesitation, straight up 300 feet into the air. Below, almost brushing against the soles of his feet, 2 cold lights flashed past. The attack that the 2 had been planning for a long time. With Chu Yang's amazing spiritual perception, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. 2 figures instantly appeared on both sides of him, one on the left and one on the right. One of them was the Li family expert who had led the team just now. The other person looked quite similar to him, except that he was slightly older. Both of them were holding long swords that were as clear as autumn water. Chu Yang's pupils shrank. From these 2 people, he felt a mountain-like pressure. This kind of pressure was not unfamiliar to Chu Yang. He had felt it from the extraterrestrial demon and the Dharma Supreme. Facing 2 types of pressure at the same time today, the pressure actually multiplied. Chu Yang knew that although he had just comprehended sword techniques and his strength had improved greatly, he was confident that he would not be defeated if he were to face either of these 2 people alone. In fact, if he were to face the slightly weaker one alone, he was confident that he could win and kill him. But facing these 2 people at the same time, he was in danger of losing his life at any time. The difference between each level of the Heaven Imperial Court was really too great. The difference between the human level and the earth level was like heaven and earth, like heaven and earth. The early stages of the earth level and the middle stages were 2 completely different worlds. Chu Yang's calamity sword technique had already exceeded the scope of ordinary sword techniques. It was not difficult to kill someone above his level, but in this Heaven Imperial Court it was already a rare miracle to kill someone above his level. Facing an earth-level expert who was 2 levels above him, it was already very good that Chu Yang could stay alive. But now he was facing an earth-level expert who had joined forces with another early-stage earth-level expert to deal with Chu Yang. Under the joint attack of the 2 people, Chu Yang really started to be surrounded by danger. The 2 elders with the highest cultivation of the Li clan were circling in the air, constantly launching fierce attacks at Chu Yang, one from the front and one from the back, closely connected. If Chu Yang focused all his strength on one of them, he would definitely incur the frenzied killing of the other. Chu Yang relied on his agile footwork to dodge gradually and counterattack occasionally. For a moment, he actually could not find a chance to use his sword technique. Earlier, he did not use his sword because he wanted to comprehend the sword technique at the last moment and did not have the heart to use his sword. But now the enemy was too strong. He had the will, but not the strength. The joint attack of the 2 elders of the Li clan became more and more compact and fierce. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his domineering and insufferably arrogant aura was gradually disappearing from his body as the other party's swift and fierce attacks continued to intensify. And it would be even more difficult for him to contend against the 2 powerful enemies in front of him if this new aura of power were to disappear. Moreover, the power that he could exert would certainly weaken further, and it would be even more difficult for him to contend against these 2 powerful enemies. Chu Yang's mind was in a mess, and the situation became even more dangerous. It's about time. Just wait a little longer, and the outcome will be clear. Once you see blood, attack immediately. You must ensure Chu Yang's safety. In the distance, the hook-nosed man originally thought that he and the others would not have a chance to attack and was disappointed. Suddenly, he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and was instantly overjoyed. Greasy Man from the men's hall was anxious and wanted to fly out to help. "Don't move." Yen rushed and grabbed him. Chu Yang's foundation is so solid that it's the first I've seen in my life. But he has never been able to unleash his full potential. It's probably because he doesn't have any pressure in his heart, which is why it's hard for him to break through. This time, let him experience a life and death crisis. Don't worry, with your cultivation, you'll definitely be able to save him at the most critical moment. Greasy Man said angrily, Don't you feel the pain in your back when you're standing? You're not the one who's in danger. What if it's too late? Yen Russian looked at him speechlessly. Cat, how did you reach the heaven level? Greasy Man's face instantly flushed red. He tried to defend himself. Of course, I cultivated with all my might. I cultivated with all my might and wandered the martial world with all my might. Yen Russian nodded in understanding. Yes, you cultivated with all your might and wandered the martial world with all your might. That's how you became so innocent and naive. You're really lucky to be able to live until today. Greasy Man's face instantly turned red. He was so embarrassed that even his tail was half red. He inadvertently turned his head and exclaimed, How is this possible? Yen Russian was instantly shocked by him. He instinctively used his consciousness to scan the surroundings. Even with his calm temperament, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He muttered, How is this possible? Chu Yang had been under the opponent's tight attacks and was in an extremely disadvantageous position. He couldn't even unleash his tribulation sword force. He could only passively take the beating. Naturally, he felt more and more aggrieved. The arrogant and domineering aura from before seemed to be gradually retreating due to extreme grievance. Seeing that the opponent and his father were about to form an inescapable net and completely envelop him, Chu Yang fought back with all his might. However, it was to no avail. He only felt that his strength was far inferior to his opponent's. The disparity was too great. He wanted to, but he was powerless. At this moment, Chu Yang suddenly let out a loud roar and fought back with all his might. Life. Cherish life. Chu Yang had found his greatest weakness at the most critical moment. Since his rebirth, he had indeed cherished his life. But sometimes he couldn't be too concerned about it. Sometimes he couldn't be too afraid of death. Those who were too afraid of death didn't have the guts to break through the death gate. Instead, they would fall before the death gate. Chu Yang roared. It was as if he had broken free from some kind of restraint in his heart. He suddenly felt a sense of relief from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the power of Yen Russian's guidance and correction of the wrong direction in his heart merged with this kind of will to break free from the shackles with a desperate strike. If the arrogant aura of the tribulation sword were to gradually dissipate, it could be said that it was being forcibly suppressed by an external force. At this moment, it was already suppressed to the extreme. Since Chu Yang wasn't overwhelmed in the end, then the other result was an extreme rebound, a desperate counterattack with the fiercest and fiercest stance. The primordial real silk in his dantian suddenly penetrated his meridians at extreme speed. The heaven-splitting divine technique started to move uncontrollably and violently like a great river. Chu Yang only felt a sense of relief all over his body, as if he had broken free from something. As if he had broken free from something. His long sword suddenly spread out again. Wind and thunder roared as he actually broke out of the heavy encirclement with ease. With two clangs, the long swords in the hands of the Leaf Father and his father were broken by the tribulation sword and fell to the ground. Chu Yang panted and stared at the opponent, his heart still somewhat confused. Chapter 1777. However, the Li family's father's face was filled with shock, as well as a sense of disappointment that all his hard work had gone to waste. When Fishy and Yen Russian saw this result, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The best outcome that they had foreseen was that Chu Yang would continue to resist and unleash his potential. In the end, he would need Teacher Cat's help to avoid this calamity. However, the result was a complete victory for Chu Yang, and it was a clean victory. In the distance, the hook-nosed man raised his hand and was about to order his subordinates to attack. However, at this moment, his raised hand froze in the air. Everyone's eyes were looking in one direction, Chu Yang, who was still panting in midair. Because at this moment, Chu Yang's body was slowly emitting a faint glow of flowers, and it was getting clearer and clearer. It was getting more and more obvious. The light of tender flowers. Earth grade. Chu Yang had actually broken through under the pressure of the two pillars of the Li family. He had successfully broken through the peak of mortal grade and reached Earth grade, transforming into an Earth grade expert, breaking through in the middle of a battle. Such a thing had always only existed in legends, because a battle was a battle and a breakthrough was a breakthrough. It was difficult to do two things at the same time. If he had a breakthrough during a battle, he might have been killed or even suffered from chi deviation before he could break through. But now, Chu Yang had used reality to break this rule and created another legend. It was even a step further. He had broken through in the middle of a life and death situation, and after breaking through, he had broken out of the encirclement and defeated the enemy. The outcome was decided immediately. The most important thing was that everyone could see that after Chu Yang had broken through, he actually didn't realize that he had broken through. This matter was truly a miraculous story, a legend that could be slapped on the table. In midair, Chu Yang said with a perplexed look on his face, "Previously, ZJ was like a surging river. It had always been blocked by something. Now that the obstruction was gone, the river suddenly cleared up. At this moment, the new energy that surged out of his body was so unfamiliar yet familiar. ZJ had never possessed such powerful energy before, but this was indeed ZJ's energy." Chu Yang looked up to the sky and roared. The depression in his heart was swept away. The weather was good, and the weather was good. The sky is high for the birds to fly, and the sea is wide for the fish to jump. He had broken through. Chu Yang's long howl reverberated in the heavens and the earth. Everyone present had complicated looks in their eyes as they stared blankly at Chu Yang. The tender flowers on Chu Yang's body were glowing. It was gradually extending towards the sword. This kind of light was very tender, like a little yellow flower that was about to bloom, but it was filled with a kind of glorious feeling. This proved that Chu Yang had taken another step forward on the path of martial arts. Earth grade. Back then, when the Dharma Supreme obtained the legacy of the heavenly demon, he had only barely reached the earth level. However, he was invincible in the heavenly continent. In the end, it was a combination of Chu Yang, the tribulation sword, and all the power of tribulation. Furthermore, it had to be under the special circumstances where the Dharma Supreme was bent on seeking death and did not intend to fight to the death. Only then could it be considered as barely killing him. The power of an earth stage expert. One could only imagine. Now, Chu Yang had also reached this level. When everyone saw Chu Yang's current state, they were somewhat overwhelmed with emotions. Even that hook-nosed fourth master of the Jiang Donghua clan looked at Chu Yang with a kind of reappraisal. What a talent! In the decisive battle at the brink of life and death, he had broken through to the earth level. The biggest key to this was still Chu Yang's deep accumulation. However, even if it was accumulation, there were more than tens of millions of people in the vast heavenly imperial court who had such accumulation. However, how many people could be like Chu Yang, able to break through at such a time? Breaking through at such a delicate moment, what did it mean? This. Everyone's hearts were very excited, turning defeat into victory. With the power of a peak human grade, he had fought against two earth grade experts. Although it was thrilling, it was not fatal. Now he had reached the earth level. This meant that his power had multiplied several times in an instant. Name, to Chu Yang, two earth grade experts of the Li clan. What was there to fear? Yen Russian, crafty man, and even the hook-nosed man and his subordinates knew this. Even the two old masters of the Li family knew this as well. At this point, the two elders of the Li clan turned pale. Go. The elders of the Li clan made a prompt decision and retreated. Since they could not fight head-on, they could only escape. Only by staying alive could they talk about the future. If they stayed, they would only be throwing their lives away. It was meaningless. Go. You still want to go? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang's arrogant laughter came from the sky. A bright sword light flashed like lightning. You suppressed me until I was in such a sorry state. Now that I have broken through, and you can't beat me, you want to run away? Is there such a good thing in this world? Chu Yang roared, his murderous intent clear. Slaughter the world. So what? Calamity killer move, descending into the world. So what if he slaughtered the world? To the Heaven Palace continent, this was another shocking sword move that had never been heard of before. The Calamity sword technique had always only been passed down in the Heaven Palace continent. The previous 8 generations of Calamity sword masters did not meet the requirements of the true inheritance of the Calamity sword technique. No one had ever gone up to the Heaven Palace. Therefore, in this Heaven Palace, other than Xue Leihan, no one else had the power of the Calamity sword technique. But this was the biggest plan of the Gu family to Xue Leihan. Therefore, Xue Leihan would definitely not reveal it. It could be said that even if Xue Leihan was torn into pieces, he would not reveal a single bit. Therefore, in the Heaven Palace, no one knew that there was such a miraculous and peerless sword technique in this world. Under the horrified gazes of the 2 strongest people of the Li clan, under the incredulous and horrified gazes of the spectators, a brilliant sword light that connected the heavens and the earth appeared in mid-air. A strong, murderous intent suddenly filled the whole world with the appearance of the sword light. Everyone's blood seemed to have completely frozen at this moment. Looking out, everything else seemed to have disappeared. Between the heavens and the earth, only this brilliant and brilliant sword light was left. Poof! Under this ultimate killer move that had never appeared in the Heaven Palace continent for tens of thousands of years, the second Grandmaster of the Li clan, who was slightly behind, was chopped down by this sword without any resistance. Beheading! Beheading! Following a tragic cry, the body that was sprinting forward actually continued to charge forward for hundreds of feet before it split into 2 halves in midair. Although the body was split into 2 halves, each half of the body still continued to charge forward for hundreds of feet. Only then did the 2 halves fall to the ground with a loud thud. What a shocking sword move! What a fast sword move! If not for the fact that its power and speed had reached an extremely shocking level, it would be really difficult to create such an outcome. The elder of the Li clan, who realized the fact that his son's body had been chopped up, didn't even have time to feel grief and indignation. He fled at full speed. In order to escape, he actually used the technique of one with the sword. Together with his sword, he turned into a sword light and fled rapidly to use the extremely powerful killer move. One with the sword on escaping. The elder of the Li clan was really very creative, but Chu Yang obviously had no intention of letting him go. The magnificent sword light reappeared and chased after the elder of the Li clan like a meteor, like maggots in a tarsal bone. 2 people, 2 sword lights, galloped in the air at extreme speed. One chased, the other fled, and the distance between the 2 was getting closer and closer. Everyone could see it. This divine Dr. Chu of the Menhall, who was previously the laughingstock of the entire Xixia city, was actually planning to kill all of them without leaving any leeway. And the target of his extermination was the Li clan, one of the 3 big clans in Xixia city. Although the target was only one person, as long as this elder of the Li clan was finished. Even if Chu Yang didn't do it personally, the Li clan, which had lost 2 Earth-grade experts, would also automatically disappear. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Even if it was in Xixia city, there were also many powerful forces that had long coveted the reputation of the 3 big clans. Now that the 3 big clans were gone, why not replace them? Before this, everyone thought that this divine Dr. Chu was finished. But now, the reality left everyone dumbfounded. The one who really played the game was not divine Dr. Chu, who was all alone, but the Li clan, who had a strong army and a strong army. This was too unimaginable. Chu Yang's actions today were really amazing. That general, Zhou, stood on the roof with his eyes wide open. His mouth was opened so wide that he could swallow an ostrich egg. After a long time, he suddenly turned his neck. With a cracking sound, he turned his neck again after maintaining the same posture for a long time. His neck actually made a crisp sound, but General Zhou didn't care about it. He just stared at one of the subordinates and asked blankly, He's really just a doctor?" The person beside him also had the same expression. I looked at his identity information. "He's really just a doctor. How can your doctor be so fierce? You dare to lie to me?" General Zhou flew into a rage. "No, I didn't lie to you. He forged his identity information and lied to all of us." The person beside him was full of fear and explained repeatedly, "Bullshit. With such fierce strength, why would he lie to us?" General Zhou was obviously even angrier. The person beside him was directly stunned. "General Zhou, you mean he's just a doctor? How can your doctor be so fierce?" Well, the problem came back again. Everyone beside General Zhou wanted to cry, but had no tears. This doctor didn't drive them crazy, but General Zhou's lust drove them crazy. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang's sword light finally caught up with the Li clan's old ancestor. At this moment, the Calamity sword actually made a clear sword sound. The sword light expanded again, fiercely. The Li clan's old ancestor screamed in panic. He tried his best to dodge and at the same time threw out half of his sword. Chu Yang sneered and said coldly, "From now on, Xixia City will no longer have the Li clan." Chu Yang's words were resolute and decisive. They were filled with the cruelty of iron and blood. It was like the final judgment of the gods in the heavens, full of unquestionable and unshakable. The sword light was like lightning crashing down. P.S. At this point, I see that there are actually people who are confused. Let me explain first. Although most of them can see that the so-called money, the so-called city lord, the so-called imperial residence is actually just a facade, power is the most important. With money, there will be power. With power, there will be ambition. With ambition, there will be conflicts of interest. With conflicts, there will be enemies. With enemies, there will be annihilation. With annihilation, there will be fame. With fame, there will be more power. Some people say that this is a small plot. This is not a small plot. This is the beginning of the whole Heaven Imperial Court. All the future stories will spread out from here, step by step. Every character is useful. Every plot is needed in the future. You will slowly see all of this. If I make use of Shui Leihan to act cool step by step, that will be even more arrogant, and I will continue to act cool until my power grows. But if I write that way, I will write it very skillfully. But are you willing to see it? Step by step, character by character, it will become more and more magnificent. Chapter 1778. The broken sword suddenly disintegrated under the sword light of the Calamity sword, turning into fine powder. Immediately after, the sword light of the Calamity sword had already reached the vital part of the Li clan's elder's back. P.C.O.M. Chu Yang's Calamity sword, after the sword light had accurately pierced through the Li clan's elder's body, only then did it stab into his back. Chu Yang suddenly had an extremely strange feeling. All of the Li clan's elders' remaining vitality, mental energy, and even soul energy were endlessly pouring into the Calamity sword. The Calamity sword was motionless, and its light shone brightly. The Li clan's elder's body, in just an instant, had completely shrunk. This was the devouring ability of the Calamity sword. Chu Yang felt strange. A long time ago, the Calamity sword did indeed have the devouring ability, and it had shown its power several times. But after he became a supreme martial artist, for some reason, this ability seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He didn't expect that it would appear again today. Chu Yang's heart shook, and the sword light suddenly exploded. The Li clan's elder's almost decayed body instantly turned into flesh and blood, falling down. The devouring ability of the Calamity sword was too frightening, and it definitely couldn't appear in front of people. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched as they stared with their mouths agape. At this point, the outcome of the battle was clear. Life and death had been decided, and everything was settled. Chu Yang floated down from the sky, as elegant and calm as before. The killing intent from before had completely disappeared. There were only a dozen or so experts of the Li clan who survived this trip, and many of them were injured, and they had scattered like birds and beasts. Not a single one could be seen. Chu Yang only cupped his hands in the direction of General Zhou and said, "General Zhou, the people of Jiang who settle disputes as they please. I won't interfere with the unrighteous property of the Li clan. To Purple Cloud City, I'm still just a stranger who has just arrived. Everything depends on the arrangements of the city lord. I believe in the city lord, and I also believe in General Zhou." Chu Yang finished speaking. Without even looking at the hook-nosed man, he walked into the men's hall. The hawk-nosed man's pupils shrank. His gaze was extremely complicated. He gritted his teeth and said, "What a beautiful method." General Zhou went back with joy on his face. "That's right, fourth master. This little one has indeed played beautifully." The person beside him was deeply worried. Although he doesn't have the ability to swallow all of the Li family's assets, it's one thing. However, whether he would eat it or not was another matter. The city lord, who had received a great bargain, would naturally return the favor and give a corresponding reward. Even that General Zhou might get a share of the profits for facilitating this matter. At such a young age, he was skilled in both medicine and martial arts. You even have such a scheming mind. Truly frightening. That is indeed the case. The hawk-nosed fourth master frowned. Such a large piece of meat pie, and he gave it all to the city lord. The Li family's assets. After his words spread, the Jin clan and the Wu clan couldn't interfere, or rather, they didn't dare to interfere. As the victor, Chu Yang's words were equivalent to handing over power. If the Jin clan and the Wu clan interfered after this, it would be equivalent to dividing the benefits of the city lord manor. Especially, Chu Yang used his own strength to eradicate the power of a clan that was on par with them. The other two clans wouldn't dare to act rashly. If they acted rashly, they would offend the city lord. Moreover, they would offend Chu Yang and create two powerful enemies for no reason. They can't afford to provoke either of them. And this result means that although Chu Yang has never met the city lord, he has already laid down a relatively solid foundation for their relationship. Moreover, the cause of this matter, he was originally the victim. The city lord's initial actions were biased towards the Li family. Therefore, even if the city lord is unwilling, he still has to accept this favor. A very big favor, a favor that cannot be forgotten. In addition, Chu Yang's words actually revealed a hint. The hawk-nosed man took a deep breath and said, "That is the problem of balance. That way, we won't have to worry about the future." Problem of balance? The balance of power? The people next to him were somewhat puzzled by this statement. The hawk-nosed man's face was very ugly, but he didn't explain further. It's not realistic to want to use Chu Yang like before. There are some things that should be said openly. After saying this, the hawk-nosed man's body floated down from the roof and strode towards the men's hall. As he walked, he said in a low voice, "The situation has suddenly changed. It's better to let the clan send a few more experts. In the current situation, Earth-grade experts are not enough to suppress the situation. Only an expert of at least Heaven stage would be able to do it. Perhaps only an expert of a higher level would be more reliable. We can't afford any mistakes in this matter. Let's get started immediately." Yes, today, Chu Yang came out of nowhere and stood out. Just this battle alone had changed the situation of Purple Cloud City. Chu Yang walked into the men's hall. At this moment, his whole body was relaxed. There was a kind of faint but very comfortable tiredness. It was a kind of dreamlike intoxication. Today's battle, one man and one sword against more than 200 experts of the Li clan. Chu Yang's fame was enough to shock the entire Purple Cloud City. His original plan was to use the hawk-nosed man to carry out the plan, gradually accumulating strength and waiting for an opportunity to strike. He would still hide in the dark and control everything. However, the Li clan's matter was too sudden. The plan could not keep up with the changes. After some consideration, Chu Yang decided to change his original plan. He might as well make a big fuss. Since I have this kind of strength, why would I bother to play any tricks? Carrying out the plan in an open and above-board way is always more enjoyable than scheming. This kind of arrogant momentum made Chu Yang's decision have a fundamental change. Today's foundation was a Jianghu vendetta. However, even if it was a Jianghu vendetta, with a character like himself in the city, he would definitely become the focus of the city lord's office. Therefore, Chu Yang was willing to give up all benefits. He only wanted reputation. The benefits were half and half. Of course, he had to give up the original plan, but he could also not talk to the city lord directly through the hawk-nosed man. Sometimes, tyranny and hegemony are actually much more direct and effective than scheming. People who are tyrannical and domineering will always receive more attention than people who are patient and patient. As long as there is enough attention, there will be enough space to move around. It will be more convenient to obtain enough resources. Of course, the premise of all this is that one's own strength is strong enough. Chu Yang muttered to himself, "My strength has unexpectedly increased. If I continue to cling to the original plan, there will be no more meaning. Since that is the case, what am I waiting for? Today's massacre. Let the Li clan be my first stepping stone. Let it start from here." Just as Chu Yang entered the room, Fishy only said, "You're awesome." But before she could finish her sentence, an elegant knock on the door was heard. The door of the men's hall was already open. That person was standing outside. In this bloody place, with a smile on his face, he gently knocked on the door. He smiled elegantly and said, "Is there anyone inside?" The person who came was the hawk-nosed fourth master. "So it's you." Chu Yang turned around and said without any trace of politeness, "Why, are you a little tired from watching the fire? Do you want to come in and rest for a while?" The hawk-nosed man smiled and said, "Divine Dr. Chu is indeed an expert. If I were to intervene rashly, wouldn't I cover up Divine Dr. Chu's peerless heroism?" Chu Yang said lightly, "You flatter me. I still have the ability to protect myself, and I won't be at the stage where I don't know that I am being used by others." Since he had already decided to act in a high-profile manner, Chu Yang decided to be tyrannical from now on. What he said just now was equivalent to directly pointing out the purpose of the hawk-nosed man. "It's not that I don't understand your purpose. I am even more clear about your purpose. Don't treat me as a fool." The hawk-nosed fourth master was stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "So Divine Dr. Chu has already known my intention and purpose." Chu Yang said lightly, "This is also not because I am smart. No matter what, in a family or even in an organization, it is rare for 7 or 8 patients with the same disease to appear at the same time. As long as one has a little brain, he will be suspicious. Even if I am not a wise man, I have some cleverness." The hawk-nosed fourth master was stunned. Then he laughed loudly as if there was no grudge at all. After laughing loudly, he said slowly, "Mr. Chu, do you want to establish yourself in Xixia City?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed. "So Mr. is the wise man." This sentence was neither servile nor overbearing. Moreover, there was a faint tone of rejection. But it was this kind of tone that was the highest praise to this hook-nosed man. "You have seen through me, but now I have also seen through you. We are even now." This was what Chu Yang meant by this sentence of his. The hawk-nosed fourth master felt this way. The hawk-nosed fourth master laughed loudly again. His mood instantly became comfortable. After all, in this world, You are not the only wise man. There is a business that will only benefit Brother Chu. I don't know if Brother Chu is interested." The hawk-nosed fourth master laughed and stepped in. Behind him, there were only two other people. The two stiff-faced guards were silent and didn't say a word. Mr. Chu retreated to one side. His beard shook twice contemptuously. Two high-level Earth-grade martial artists. Humph! With such two people accompanying you, you actually dare to come in and put on airs. You are really asking a cat to accompany you. Aren't you afraid that the cat will drink too much? The hawk-nosed fourth master didn't put Mr. Chu in his eyes. In his view, this round fatty was simply a harmless existence. At best, he would be Chu Yang's housekeeper or accountant. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone in Xixia City who had investigated Chu Yang had a similar understanding. There was really no one who thought that a certain cat was actually a hidden expert. Teacher Cat really covered up this point well. Bah! When did this cat cover up? This cat is returning to the truth. Teacher Cat cursed angrily in his heart. Chapter 1779. Business. Chu Yang nodded and led the hook-nosed fourth master into the north room. Greasy Cat followed them in as well. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "A guest is here. Go make tea. Yes, make my good tea. Hurry up." He actually used a commanding tone. The hook-nosed fourth master thought to himself, "So he's a servant. I thought he was a butler or an accountant. I was wrong." Fishy choked on his anger and almost flew into a rage. He wanted to beat someone up to vent his anger, but he couldn't beat up his benefactor, especially the leader of the rice team. Left with no choice, he could only walk away, twisting and turning. Greasy Cat muttered angrily in his heart, "Your good tea? What good tea do you have? You still want to hit my Chiu Feng. Meow. You dare to order me around like a servant. You really have guts. Wait until I return the favor. I guarantee that I will beat you up violently. I guarantee that your father, mother, and woman won't be able to recognize you." Of course, Greasy Cat also knew what Chu Yang meant. It was just that he wanted to hide as much as possible. As for the trump card, it was better to save it for the most critical moment, but even so, Teacher Cat was still very aggrieved. Think about it, I'm fishy. In the cat clan, I'm second only to one person. Everyone respectfully calls me Teacher Cat. When have I ever served anyone? And it has to be this kind of trash. What the fuck? You want me to make tea? Do you have that kind of status? The lofty cat teacher cursed back and forth a few hundred times, but in the end, he still obediently made tea and served it. But he still spat in the tea before serving it. Who asked you to drink? Drink my saliva, you bastard. Yes, you can leave. Can't you see that I have something to discuss with a guest? What kind of eyesight is that? Chu Yang reprimanded without looking up. Greasy Cat had a stomach full of shit. He lowered his head and left with a twisted face. Good Chu Yang, I'll remember you. As long as you give me a chance, if I don't teach you a lesson and stick an onion in your ass, I'll take your surname. I'll remember you forever. Please. Chu Yang didn't drink it himself. Instead, he smiled and said, I wonder what kind of big business you mentioned just now. Good tea. The hook-nosed man elegantly picked up the cup of tea that Cat Master had spat on and took a sip. He said, the tea has a special fragrance. I have drunk many of these kinds of Fujiao tea before, but this is the first time I have tasted something like this. Greasy Cat grinned wickedly in front of the man's hall. Other Maojian dishes don't have this kind of flavor, but this pot has this cat saliva, so of course it has a special flavor. You should count yourself lucky to be able to drink it. The only thing that made the cat a little unhappy was that Chu Yang didn't want to drink such good tea. The deal I'm talking about is a deal that will allow Brother Chu to prosper in Purple Cloud City for a long time. The hook-nosed man held the teacup in his hand as if he couldn't bear to part with it. Gently blowing on it, he said without raising his head, Oh. Chu Yang frowned. Chu Yang was a smart person. Of course, He knew that Greasy Cat knew his intentions, but he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in his heart. This pot of tea, no matter what, couldn't be drunk. As for whether other people would drink it or not, and what their reactions would be after drinking it, he didn't care about it at all. I've seen Brother Chu's actions today, and I think Brother Chu has the ambition to reach the clouds. You're just temporarily dormant, waiting for the opportunity to soar into the sky. Opportunities are hard to come by. If Brother Chu really has the heart to enter the world, then I can recommend you to the city lord of this city. At that time, Brother Chu's opportunity will be very beneficial. The hook-nosed man chuckled. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Hua, and my name is Hua Yi. I'm a member of the Jiangdonghua clan, and I'm ranked 4th. Brother Chu is younger than me, so you can call me 4th brother. Of course. You can also call me by my name. There was some arrogance in his voice. Our Jiangdonghua clan has some influence in the surrounding thousands of miles. No matter where we go, our local friends will always give us some face. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to his words and said lightly, "So it's 4th Master Hua." He didn't call him by his name, nor did he call him 4th brother. Instead, he called him 4th Master Hua. Hua, he couldn't help but frown slightly. From Chu Yang's words, he felt a sense of distance. Chu Yang wants to keep a distance from me. Humph, that's for the best. Hua Exan sneered and was about to speak again. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from outside. Jin Xingyu from the Jin clan is here to visit Divine Dr. Chu. Wu Mengkai from the Wu clan is here to visit Divine Dr. Chu. The matter of the Li clan had just been settled, and the Jin clan and Wu clan had already received the exact news. The two people who came at this moment were important figures of the two clans, and they had considerable speaking rights. Obviously, the two clans had already realized that there would be a powerful rising force in Xixia City, and its momentum was already unstoppable. After a long while, after sending off the two clans and 4th Master Hua, Chu Yang hadn't stretched himself when he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside the door again. The city lord will hold a city affairs conference in Xixia City the day after tomorrow. Divine Dr. Chu, please be sure to attend. This time it was an invitation from the city lord's residence. Chu Yang held the thin invitation card sent by the city lord's residence, and his eyes were mysterious and proud. The first step was finally beginning to take shape. After sending off 4th Master Hua, Chu Yang's eyes were still a little strange. 4th Master Hua from the Jiangdonghua clan? Why did he come to this godforsaken place for? He even wants to make use of me. What's so important that he's so serious about it? It seems that I've still underestimated the background of this 4th Master Hua. Of course, I've also underestimated his purpose. Now that his identity was confirmed, Chu Yang had made up his mind. You want to make use of me? Then this duke really has to interfere with your purpose this time. Chu Yang's eyes flickered, and he sat down slowly. Then he realized that Brother Tiger, who had been in his arms all this while, had disappeared without him knowing. Chu Yang shuddered and broke out in cold sweat as he thought of this. This bastard, when did he leave? I didn't even notice it. She wasn't surprised that a certain brother had been able to leave without a trace, given the strength that he had displayed earlier. Chu Yang felt that before he ascended to the heavenly stage, it would be better for him to be more well-behaved. If he accidentally angered a certain elder brother and casually gave him a blow, his small body might not be able to withstand it. When the elder left, it was natural that he did not notice it. But if you want to leave, then leave. Why didn't he even say goodbye? The reason why Chu Yang dared to face the enemy alone was because the sword spirit could take over his body at any time when he was exhausted and fight for him. It could turn the situation around instantly. The second was the powerful Brother Tiger. Once Brother Tiger appeared, who could compete with him? So Chu Yang was never worried. As mentioned before, a certain king of hell still cherished his life. If he didn't make sufficient preparations, how could he face a strong enemy head-on? But he didn't even know when Big Brother Tiger had disappeared. He didn't even say a word. This really made Chu Yang break out in cold sweat. If he wanted to send Big Brother Tiger to save him when he was completely at a disadvantage, and found out that Big Brother Tiger was gone, Chu Yang's heart trembled. No matter when. External forces weren't absolutely reliable. In life, one had to rely on oneself. He was the only one who could truly rely on himself. Chu Yang secretly made up his mind. Chu Yang had already closed the door. He sat in the room and pondered quietly. Foxy knew what he was thinking about, but Chu Yang unexpectedly broke through today, and he must have a lot of realizations. He also needed to consolidate his new realm. Plus, he also knew Chu Yang's constitution. With deep worry, he brought Wang Dao to Yen Russian's room on the other side, leaving Chu Yang alone to sort out his thoughts. No one could help Chu Yang with this matter. Chu Yang wasn't in a hurry to consolidate his current cultivation level. After all, his cultivation level was the type of cultivation that relied on accumulation. It was relatively difficult for him to advance. Once he succeeded in advancing, there would be few drawbacks. To Chu Yang, what he really needed to consider now was another matter. The arrival of that fourth Master Hua and his identity made Chu Yang think of countless connections. Hua clan of Jiangdong. The two words Jiangdong made Chu Yang's imagination run wild. Before Zi Xieching left, she said, "Jun Jiangnan, please sweep the fallen flowers." In other words, big sister, Zi should be staying in a place called Jiangnan. Since there was Jiangnan, there should be Jiangbei. If there was Jiangdong, there must be Jiangxi. Of course, this was just a common geographical inference. Even a 3-year-old child could think of this. But what Chu Yang was thinking about now was whether this river was the same as the other river. Chu Yang had a vague feeling in his heart that these two rivers were most likely the same river. If so, why was there a difference between Jiangdong and Jiangnan? River was not a lake. Lakes were fixed. North, south, east, and west were fixed positions, but rivers were definitely flowing, either from west to east or from north to south. The river itself often meant two directions. Generally speaking, if there was Jiangnan, there would never be Jiangdong or Jiangxi. This was the most common geographical knowledge. But common also meant that it wouldn't be wrong. So Chu Yang was at a loss. What was going on? Could it be that they were actually two different rivers? Chu Yang thought. After a long time, he remembered that he had broken through. It was one thing not to consolidate his realm, but there were still many other things that he had to pay attention to. For example, the sword spirit had said before that after reaching the earth level, the nature of his trash physique would be completely revealed. Foxy had also said that he would only know after reaching the earth level. Then what was his physique? Chu Yang took a deep breath and opened his inner vision. The next moment, Chu Yang was suddenly stunned. After a violent coughing fit, Chu Yang's face flushed red and he almost went mad. This was because, after using his inner vision, Chu Yang saw an absolutely strange situation. His dantian seemed to have split. Chu Yang's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. In the afternoon, Dad came back with me for a massage. He actually saw someone fainting on the street from the heat. After hesitating for a long time, we sent him to the hospital. It was nothing serious. He just fainted because his physique was weak. Haha, the whole family came to my house in the evening to thank me. It made me feel a little embarrassed, so they brought a lot of tea, cigarettes, and wine. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A fainted person on the side of the road. More and more people gathered around for such a long time, but no one helped. When we arrived, no one helped during the whole process. Master was so tired. Sigh. He suddenly felt a little bored as he spoke. Let's not talk about it anymore. Chapter 1780. There was only one dantian in the human body. Of course, There were also cultivators who proposed the concept of upper dantian, lower dantian, and lower dantian. This concept was very popular. But true cultivators knew that there was only one dantian foundation in the human body. This was because it was where all the energy in the human body gathered. It was also the source of the human body's power. No matter what one wanted to do, if one wanted to exert force, it would all be mobilized from the dantian. But now Chu Yang's dantian had split. A split dantian. This was a situation that was hard to imagine. Chu Yang's dantian now should no longer be called a dantian, but a cluster of dantians. A cluster of dantians? What was going on? The primordial real silk that was originally densely packed in the dantian was now also scattered due to the splitting of the dantian, divided into portions. In each portion, there were only a few dozen strands of primordial real silk. It appeared unusually empty, or rather empty. Up, down, front, back, left, right. Yes, it was exactly half the arrangement of the palace map. Chu Yang gasped. Suddenly, his hands and feet turned cold. As everyone knew, if one wanted to break through in cultivation, one had to continuously store vital energy and essence energy in the dantian. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, one had to compress it and release it all at once, allowing that surge of energy to open up the meridians in the body that had not been opened up before. If one succeeded, one's cultivation would advance to a new level. If one failed, one would have to store it up again and start all over again. Since ancient times, even when immortals and demons descended to the mortal world, there had been no exceptions. But Chu Yang had a full dantian. This also meant that others only needed to store up one dantian and their cultivation would be able to advance. But Chu Yang needed to store up all his dantians before his cultivation could advance. On the surface, Chu Yang's advancement was at least several times more difficult than ordinary people. But in reality, the difficulty of this level was far more than several times. It was not surprising that it was 10 times or 100 times more difficult. Of course, this insurmountable difficulty was also the biggest reason why he could challenge those of a higher level, because the total amount of cultivation he could store up far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. Once he reached that level, he would be absolutely invincible among cultivators of the same level. But the problem now was that there was a level barrier. As long as one did not reach that level, one would not be able to obtain the mysterious mysteries of that level. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Based on his current level, Chu Yang could be considered to be invincible in the Earth level, or even a high-level Earth level expert. Even if Chu Yang fought with all his strength, he could still win. But with Chu Yang's own abilities, he would definitely not be able to defeat any heaven-grade expert. This was the limitation of the realm and level. For example, it was like a newborn baby who had eaten the most top-grade heavenly material and was lucky enough not to explode due to the excessive amount of true essence. His entire body was filled with true essence. This baby could definitely defeat all other babies. However, this was also a newborn baby. Could he win against an adult in his 20s? The answer was absolutely not. No matter how awesome you are, you're still a baby. If you want to become stronger, you have to grow. You have to experience the hardships of the human world in order to obtain the corresponding understanding. He had his own wisdom and judgment. This was not something that could be achieved quickly. It was the same for one's cultivation. When you are in the mortal realm, you can only come into contact with the comprehension of the mortal realm. You will never be able to experience what the saints and saints are comprehending. Therefore, this was an insurmountable gap. He had to take it step by step. Of course, it was also the dantian. There were still differences in aptitude. There were fast and slow progress, high and low achievements. As for the dantian, it was indeed a trash physique, and it was at the bottom of the trash list. This was the conclusion. Chu Yang came to a conclusion about his current situation. He groaned and almost fainted. The two elements of heaven and earth in the body, the two extremes of yin and yang, the power of the 5 elements in the body. Yes, This time Chu Yang completely understood the meaning of the sentence. He really did not understand before, but now, after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood. My body is directly equivalent to a universe. For others, it was probably just a small lake. They only need to fill up the small lake to level up. But I need to fill up a universe to level up. After others level up, they can obtain new understanding and have the strength to defeat me. As for me, as long as I don't fill up this universe, I can only maintain the state of walking on the same spot. Damn it. So what if I am invincible in the same level? A cat teacher can play me to death. According to the speed of my progress, I will be played by him for at least 100 years. Of course, this is a conservative estimate. If I don't make a conservative estimate, I will also be his for 1,000 years. Chu Yang felt cold all over. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that he might not be able to break through a few levels in this lifetime? If this was the case, then what was the point of breaking through to the heavenly imperial court? Fuck! Yen %%, hashtag, and ** percent dollar. At this moment, Chu Yang's cursing voice shook the heavens, the earth, and even the other men in the men's hall. Countless curses came out of his mouth in an unending stream. The excitement at this moment was truly earth-shattering. He even scolded Shuai Leihan. If not for this bastard, he would have died so easily back then. But now he was stuck here, unable to go up or down. What's wrong with him? Yen Russian asked curiously. Why is he so agitated? Although I have only known him for a short while, I can already confirm that he is not an agitated person. Why is he acting so abnormally? I didn't expect this day to come so soon. He has reached the earth level and discovered that matter. No wonder he is like this. Please understand. Fishy revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. What do you mean? The more I listen, the more confused I am. It is a good thing to break through one's original limits after reaching the earth level. Yen Russian was confused. Why is he scolding people? He even scolded the heavens. That is because he finally discovered his own constitution. Fishy said weakly. Is his constitution not good? That can't be. He has reached the earth level at such a young age. Even if it is bad, it can't be that bad. Yen Russian instantly understood what was going on, but he still had some doubts. It is not that his constitution is not good, but it is too bad. Fishy said listlessly. It can be said that he is the trash of the land of trash, the dregs of the land of dregs, the unrated land of the unrated. Yen Russian's interest was piqued. What kind of constitution is it? How could it make you describe it in such a gloomy manner? Fishy sighed. At this moment, he was feeling terrible for Chu Yang. How could he be interested in answering other people's questions? What exactly is going on? Are you telling me half the story? Yen Russian guessed. Could it be that he is like the super useless person in the rumors? That he has 3 dantians that restrict each other? Yen Russian's expression turned solemn as he probed. He hoped that this was not the case. If it was true, Chu Yang would have no future. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was once a super useless person who wrote a legend. His legend was not because of his powerful martial arts. Instead, it was because of his unique constitution that shocked the entire Heaven Imperial Court. He had 3 dantians. This also meant that he had no chance of progressing on the path of martial arts. He did not have any skills or special abilities. He could only rely on his own unique talents. There was only one person who had left behind an unusually thick and colorful stroke in the Heaven Layer Imperial Court, and left behind an immortal legend. Since ancient times, there was only one person who had done so. Before him, no one had ever discovered that a person could have more than 1 dantian. His appearance created a new page in the history of the Heaven Imperial Court. Hence, he was hailed as the weirdest of weirdos. That's not all. Fishy heaved a long sigh. He said, that weirdo in the land of weirdos only has the sun, moon, and star 3 lit dantian at best, only 3 dantians. Compared to Chuyang, 3 dantians are nothing. What the hell is he talking about? Fishy scolded. 3 dantians. Compared to Chuyang's condition, he is a top genius in martial arts cultivation. What? Yen Rushin was truly shocked this time. A super useless person with 3 dantians was considered a top genius in comparison to Chuyang? How bad was Chuyang's situation then? Could it be that Chuyang has another dantian? Yen Rushin said. His face was ashen and he was in despair. He was in despair for Chuyang. What's a dantian worth? Fishy scolded in a frenzy. Fuck! The top general of the Heaven Oath Department was stunned. What came out of his mouth was an extremely vulgar curse. If his colleagues heard this and reported it, Yen Rushin would lose at least a year's salary. Who didn't know that the Oath Department was a place where one couldn't curse? What kind of physique does he have? Tell me directly, don't make me anxious. Yen Rushin was really anxious now. I don't know what kind of physique he has either. The 2 ears on Fishy's head drooped down as he spoke in a grief-stricken voice. Then this little one has heaven and earth in his body. He possesses both the extremes of yin and yang and the power of the 5 elements. Whatever he should have or shouldn't have, he has it all. Fishy raised his head and looked at Yen Rushin. He said tragically, Our Chuyang has 2 dantians and they are different from each other. What? Fuck! Yen Rushin sat up abruptly. He didn't seem to notice the pain in his body. After a long pause, he said, Fuck! Fuck! All fucking hell. If anyone who was familiar with Yen Rushin were to hear these vulgarities, their eyes would pop out of their sockets. They wouldn't believe that these words came out of the mouth of General Yen, who had always been serious and serious. Even in his wildest dreams, Yen Rushin would never have guessed that even though he had tried his best to make the worst possible scenario, he was still miles away from the truth. Chapter 1781. Moreover, Yen Rushin had never dreamed of the fact that such a trashy body constitution actually existed in this world. What was even more unexpected was that it actually existed in his benefactor. It existed in the little brother that he had just acknowledged. Was the heavens playing tricks on him? Was there endless creation? What the fuck was going on? What the fuck? Even with Yen Rushin's composure, he couldn't help but lose his composure at such an outcome. The 2 elements of heaven and earth, the 2 extremes of yin and yang, the power of the 5 elements. Yen Rushin slumped onto the bed. Everything. How can there be such a thing in this world? Every dantian is different. How can this be? Yen Rushin muttered to himself. What should we do? Is the heavens really jealous of our talents? Fishy heaved a long sigh. They could completely understand how Chuyang was feeling now. To an ambitious martial artist, this was definitely a devastating blow. This was equivalent to completely blocking Chuyang's path of martial arts. From now on, even the higher heaven level would become an unreachable moat, not to mention the pinnacle. To an ambitious person like Chuyang, it would be better to just kill him. Fishy and Yen Rushin sighed at each other, speechless. If it really doesn't work, Yen Rushin sighed, I can use my authority to arrange for Chuyang to enter the yamen of Eastern Emperor Heavens and become an official. Or I can arrange for him to become a staff member of Eastern Emperor Heaven's medical department and ensure his safety. Even if he only has Earth-level cultivation, it will be enough. Fishy shook his head. Difficult. Very difficult. Yen Rushin thought of Chuyang's temper and couldn't help but sigh heavily. If he really couldn't improve, perhaps Chuyang would still persevere on, until the day he died. Chuyang's character had always been like this. Yen Rushin and Kat hadn't known Chuyang for a long time, but they had already reached the point where they knew each other well. Others might have succumbed to this outcome, but Chuyang would never accept it. After Chuyang berated him furiously for a while, in the end he still had to return to his roots and try to solve the problem. A dantian only made the path of cultivation extremely difficult, but did not mean that it was impossible to cultivate from the very beginning. Since there was still a path in the path of cultivation, even if it was rugged and bumpy, there was still a path. As long as he found the right direction, method, there was still hope for success. After a detailed observation, Chu Yang discovered that his dantian was actually different from one another. The dantians clustered together and formed a peculiar shape in Chu Yang's body. Up and down were heaven and earth. Inside and outside are yin and yang. It was surrounded by the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. Every spot was filled with some energy. Although the energy in every spot was very weak, it was unusually solid. Compared to the small amount of energy stored in the dantian, this energy was extremely small. To his horror, Chu Yang realized that he would only be able to make a breakthrough after he had gathered all of this energy and met the conditions for a breakthrough. If that was the case, in that case, the power of heaven and earth, the power of yin and yang, where should he get the power of the 5 elements from? Sword Spirit, how should we resolve this situation? Don't tell me that you don't know the solution. Chu Yang looked at his dantian. The Sword Spirit was summoned out of the tribulation space. Looking at Chu Yang's dantian, he looked like he was about to collapse. Hearing Chu Yang's question, he did not answer for a moment. He just opened his mouth wide, and his face was full of despair. Chu Yang's mood was like a fire, and he almost had a feeling of collapse. He hoped that the Sword Spirit could give him a positive answer. However, after seeing the Sword Spirit's doomsday-like expression, he slowly calmed down. What's wrong with me? I've been through countless storms in the past. Why am I so disheartened today? I just said that I won't rely on external forces anymore. Now I'm still hoping that the Sword Spirit can help me solve the problem. Am I not still relying on external forces? If I can't withstand such a blow, then the people following me will be even worse. No matter what kind of desperate situation I am in, even if I can't be calm, I must at least be calm. After a long time, the Sword Spirit said in a low voice, I can't do anything. As far as I know, there's no solution. Chu Yang said lightly, no solution? Hearing Chu Yang's calm voice, the Sword Spirit couldn't help but raise his head in astonishment. If it were someone else, perhaps they would even have the thought of committing suicide at this moment, let alone being calm. But Chu Yang's current calm attitude was not an act. The Sword Spirit could clearly feel Chu Yang's pulse, heartbeat, and blood flow. There was nothing abnormal about everything. This phenomenon showed that Chu Yang's current state was a state of absolute calmness. How did he do it? He had to face and bear such a big blow. Could it be that he didn't care at all? The Sword Spirit was influenced by Chu Yang's transcendent calmness. He felt that his mood, which was on the verge of collapse, gradually calmed down. Yes, there's no solution. It's even more impossible to break it. The breaking of any dantian means that the Sword Lord's body will completely collapse. The only feasible solution is to gather enough energy. Keep filling it in, keep working hard, and keep accumulating. When the conditions are right, you'll naturally advance. With this kind of accumulation, you won't have a bottleneck. The Sword Spirit's voice was heavy. From now on, every step of advancement and every upgrade will be like this. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Then he slowly closed his eyes. There won't be a bottleneck. This is the only good news so far. Damn it, if I want to reach a bottleneck, don't I have to fill up so many dantians first? All the power I've cultivated before didn't even fill up 1% of this dantian. I'll slowly endure it. The Sword Spirit was still waiting worriedly. An indescribable sense of oppression was constantly accumulating. Chu Yang finally opened his eyes. He still looked calmly in front of him and said, Explain to me what the power of heaven and earth is, what the power of yin and yang is, and what the power of the 5 elements is. In the beginning, there was a slight pause in his voice, but as he spoke, his voice was resolute and decisive. It was full of the spirit of going forward without turning back. the sword spirit suddenly felt. Chu Yang had changed at this moment. He had become as sharp as thunder and lightning. Sword Master, are you really going to try to break through the biggest obstacle in this world? The sword spirit asked in disbelief. Having more than 3 dantians has always been called the forbidden area of heaven and earth of martial arts. There's no hope at all. Since ancient times, anyone with such a constitution has no possibility of achieving great success in martial arts. Chu Yang's face was calm, so calm that it was even a little cold. So what? I've already reached this step. If I don't go forward, do I have to go back? My life has always been against heaven. The essence of cultivation is to snatch energy from heaven and earth, to change the destiny of man set by heaven and earth. Chu Yang said coldly, I have no choice but to go forward. His eyes seemed to be flashing with flames. The sword spirit looked at his eyes and couldn't help but tremble. Chu Yang's eyes. It was as if he was going to burn the entire heavenly imperial court. Suddenly, the sword spirit understood Chu Yang's determination. He really wanted to cut through all obstacles and pave a way on this path that had been called the forbidden area of heaven and earth since ancient times. This person would definitely not retreat, not even one step. Sword spirit, I hope you can remember a sentence, a very important sentence. Chu Yang said lightly, What sentence? No matter how difficult it is, no matter how hopeless it is, but we're still alive after all. As long as we're alive, there's hope. There's a future. Chu Yang said word by word. How's the situation now compared to when we first went down the mountain to Iron Cloud? How's it compared to my previous life, when I struggled alone on the hopeless Jianghu Road? How's it compared to the last battle on the Wind Thunder platform in my previous life? Chu Yang smiled lightly. Since I can create the legend of the Heavenly Imperial Court, I can continue the legend of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Humph! The so-called forbidden area of heaven and earth? So what? As long as I'm still alive, how do you know I can't break through this forbidden area of heaven and earth? Enter the pinnacle of martial arts. Miracles have always been created by people. Others can't do it, but it doesn't mean I can't. Chu Yang ordered, Now, immediately, explain this great power to me. Today was the day that the legend would continue. The next moment, when he heard Chu Yang's decisive words, the originally dejected sword spirit suddenly felt that he was full of confidence again. He felt that his somewhat panicked and desperate heart calmed down again. Since Chu Yang said he could, then he definitely could. He had walked step by step from the lower 3 heavens. Was there anything that Chu Yang couldn't do? How many times had he gone through the impossible and succeeded in the impossible? No matter how difficult it wasn't hopeless. Even if it was hopeless, there might be hope in the midst of despair. Stepping into the present and working hard for the future, there was hope for everything. To others, the forbidden area of heaven and earth that couldn't be broken through was just a relatively difficult test for Chu Yang. Or was it actually a source of motivation? Who could say for sure about this? First of all, the power of heaven and earth. This is relatively easy to collect. It's the power of heaven and earth. The sword spirit said, As for the power of yin and yang, it's also called the power of life and death. In fact, to put it another way, it can be said that it's the power of the sun and the moon. Since ancient times, the sun has been yang and the moon has been yin. It's not difficult to understand. In fact, there's another way to describe the power of yin and yang. It's the power of life and death that separates the boundary between yin and yang. This might be relatively difficult for others to collect. However, the devouring power of the Calamity Sword can devour the vitality and death aura every time you kill an enemy. This power that was originally hidden for unknown reasons has reappeared at this time. It might be the will of heaven. Chapter 1782. The sun and moon are yin and yang are life and death. Therefore, they can also be regarded as one. Of course, how the heavenly way is divided is not something that can be understood or touched upon at the current level. As for the power of the 5 elements, it is nothing more than metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of metal is formed from the essence of gold, silver, copper, iron, and other metals. The calamity sword can devour it. I did it quite often in the past, so I won't explain it in more detail. The power of wood generally comes from plants, but it is not absolute. For example, the fairy spring water of the elves is in the form of water, but it is also in the form of wood. It is a treasure that coexists with water and wood. As for the power of water, you have come into contact with it before. The power of fire and the power of earth are the literal meanings, so it's easy to understand. It is not very difficult to obtain each kind of power. However, it is extremely difficult to collect so many kinds of power at the same time. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The sword spirit sighed. As he spoke, he felt that there was no way forward. Chu Yang said lightly, "It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens? However, I have already ascended to the heavens." The sword spirit was stunned. Chu Yang frowned and said, "I have a question. Aren't the power of earth and the power of earth the same? Don't they refer to the same thing?" The sword spirit said, "They are 2 completely different concepts. How can earth be represented by earth? The power of earth is the form, weight, and defense of earth. However, the power of earth contains and carries all things. Mountains, rivers, and rivers belong to the category of earth. The earth is actually the source of life." Chu Yang frowned. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, "In that case, all things are actually just a form of expression. All kinds of power. In the end, they are just life. Heaven and earth nurture people. Yin and yang. Life and death, metal. Wood, water, fire, and earth. No matter which one it is, they are all related to life." The sword spirit smiled bitterly. "That is true, but it is not true. However, it cannot be dissected. For example, the spring of life contains the form of water, the source of wood, and the power of life. However, can you really dissect it? Even if someone has the ability to do so, it is definitely not you. Don't go too far. Let's start from the beginning and collect it bit by bit." Chu Yang nodded. "That's right. No matter what the cause is, the most important thing for me to do now is to increase my cultivation." The sword spirit looked at him worriedly. After a long time, he returned to the space on his own, moaning and groaning. What was in front of Chu Yang was definitely the most difficult path in the history of the Heaven Imperial Court. However, Chu Yang had already decided to leave. Moreover, with Chu Yang's character, he would definitely walk to the end. Whether it was the end of his life or the end of his path, the sword spirit turned around and left Chu Yang alone. He sat down cross-legged. His emotions surged for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel down again. This took him quite a bit of time. Only then did his mind return to a tranquil state. Outwardly, I didn't seem to care. But who knew that I really cared? I am the master of the Calamity Sword. He was an unparalleled legend of the heavenly layer, but this legend came to the heavenly layer. He had just taken a step forward, and he had already come to the conclusion that his future was bleak. No one would be able to accept that. But even if I can't accept it, I can only accept it. Chu Yang sighed softly and let go of the knot in his heart. The Heaven Divine Technique was instantly activated. After entering the Earth level, Chu Yang could clearly feel that the operation of the Heaven Divine Technique was no longer a problem for him. This was the most obvious improvement that Chu Yang felt. It could also be said that it was a pleasant surprise. However, such a pleasant surprise was far less than the shock that he had received. With the gradual operation of the Heaven Divine Technique, Chu Yang slowly entered a state where he forgot about everything around him. What Chu Yang didn't know was that, as he operated the Heavenly Layer Divine Technique, an invisible whirlwind slowly appeared around him. and gradually spread out in all directions. The first thing that Chu Yang felt was that the Niwen palace on top of his head was beating gently and slowly heating up. Then a trace of cool aura poured into his dantian from the Bai Hui point on top of his head like a gust of wind. The dantian of heaven, the power of heaven. Following that, the Yongquan point on the soles of his feet gradually became warm and scalding. Then, two real and serious auras, one full of gravity and the other full of vitality, poured in from the Yongquan point on the soles of his feet like waves. One of them, like the power of heaven, slowly entered the dantian of earth. This power was naturally the power of earth, and the other aura entered the dantian of earth, the power of earth of the 5 elements. At this moment, the scorching sun shone brightly. The rays of the sun in the sky shone on the earth for a long time. When the energy that was filled with sunlight shone on a certain area, it strangely disappeared. That area was where the Hall of Men was, and also where Chu Yang was. As the energy of the sun gradually disappeared, pure energy slowly entered Chu Yang's dantian of Yang, the power of Yang. Another wave of cold energy surged into Chu Yang's body. It entered the dantian of Yin, the power of Yin. Around him, the life and death energy of the people who had just finished the battle seemed to be attracted by a strong force and swarmed towards Chu Yang. Immediately, Chu Yang's body became a point. He became a point where all the aura in the world revolved around. All the energy in the world within a radius of a few miles was silently moving towards this place. This kind of movement was soundless, formless, and without any trajectory, but it was extremely crazy. As Chu Yang absorbed, this part of the world gradually fell into a state of vacuum of energy. Then, this vacuum started to tear apart the energy from even further away, filling up the vacuum. All of this happened and proceeded without a sound. Perhaps there were powerful people who could sense the abnormality in this space, but as the aura from afar filled in, this space gradually returned to its original state. After being shocked and doubtful, people could only sigh and sigh, unable to investigate. No one knew that in this space an important part of the air was constantly flowing and disappearing. Everyone knew. Air was a good thing. However, it was a pity that no one in the Heavenly Imperial Court knew what was in the air and what it was made of. The only way they could evaluate the air was whether the energy of heaven and earth in this area was pure and dense or not. But no one knew what the so-called energy of heaven and earth was made of. Many different types of energy swarmed in. Chu Yang's body was also changing bit by bit. Some flashing energy entered the gold dantian and turned into the power of gold. Some green energy entered the wood dantian. That was the power of wood. There was also some red energy that entered the fire dantian. Naturally, that was the so-called power of fire. Many other types of energy also swarmed in continuously, automatically entering their respective types of dantians in an orderly and endless manner. Chu Yang's dantian. At the same time, like a whale swallowing the ocean, it was crazily absorbing endless energy from this part of the world, transforming it into his own cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be completely integrated. When it entered Chu Yang's body, it separated in an orderly manner. Chu Yang was quietly cultivating. During this process, Yen Rushin used his perception to check on Chu Yang a few times, and every time, he saw that Chu Yang was still cultivating. He sighed and retreated, not wanting to disturb him. Anyone who understood Chu Yang's current situation would know. Chu Yang's current mood was definitely indescribably terrible. At this moment, it was better to let him be alone for a while. The current him was obviously unable to accept such a heavy blow, and was making his last effort, his last attempt, or he was desperately cultivating in a fit of pique. But when he realized that he couldn't do it, he might as long as there was a little bit of hope. He wouldn't give up on any straw that could save his life. This was human nature. Why not? Yen Rushin and Fishy sighed at each other. Compared to ordinary people, Chu Yang's performance was actually much, much stronger. If it was someone else who encountered such a blow, It was uncertain whether they would still have the courage to cultivate. Even if they committed suicide on the spot, it wouldn't be surprising. Cultivation was a martial artist's greatest obsession. Once the road ahead was bleak, it wouldn't be surprising to develop a world-weary heart. This kind of despair was definitely not something that an ordinary person could accept, especially someone as proud and arrogant as Chu Yang. He's still cultivating. Fishy's eyes were filled with worry. Yes, he's still cultivating. He's trying hard and refusing to give up. Having perseverance is a good thing, but at this moment, knowing how to let go is the right thing to do. Yen Russian sighed. My poor brother. Fishy's eyes reddened. Let go. Everyone knew how to reason, but when it really came down to it, could you really be so carefree? However, Chu Yang's current mood was the exact opposite of what the two of them had guessed. He was cultivating hard, not because he was unwilling to give up, but because he was feeling carefree and happy, unable to extricate himself. The current Chu Yang was filled with excitement, disbelief, and an indescribable doubt. The heaven-splitting divine technique was actively circulating in his body. From before until now, a few hundred circulations had passed. Circulating the heaven-splitting divine technique for a few hundred circulations was something that Chu Yang wouldn't even dare to think about in the past. But now it was easily done. Not only that, Chu Yang could clearly see that the amount of spiritual energy in his dantian was slowly and weakly increasing. Although this increase was so slow that it was almost negligible, it was still increasing. Chu Yang's doubts were also here. He had already confirmed that he had a heavy dantian. His cultivation speed should have been extremely slow, but it didn't seem slow at all. In fact, it was very fast. Here, there was something that everyone had to understand. No matter what kind of cultivation technique it was, such a speed would never appear. An increase that was visible to the naked eye. All cultivation, no matter what kind of divine technique, mystic technique, superior technique, or the most superior technique, was a painstaking effort. There was absolutely no way to achieve quick results. Chapter 1783. This was especially true after reaching a certain point. Perhaps after 3 to 5 years of cultivation, one day one would suddenly discover, I've reached a certain level, therefore one would never be able to feel, I've improved after cultivating for a day or even less than a day. My improvement is so fast. This was definitely nonsense, not even a legend. But now, at this moment, this kind of absolutely nonsensical thing actually happened to Chu Yang. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his cultivation was increasing, and it was the kind that could be seen clearly. And all his dantians were the same. What was going on? Wasn't his cultivation aptitude the worst among all the physiques? How could there be such progress? Chu Yang was completely confused. According to Fishy and the Sword Spirit, his physique was the kind that had no future. Even if his cultivation progress was not forever stagnant, it would at least be extremely slow. But how could the current situation be the complete opposite? He could clearly feel that he had an unusually obvious improvement. Trash physique, genius improvement. Chu Yang's eyes were full of confusion. He could not figure it out. Could it be that all this was just an illusion? Was it because he was too anxious that he had an illusion? It was because Yen Miao and the Sword Spirit's assertions were too certain. At this moment, Chu Yang did not dare to deny this possibility. Therefore, Chu Yang began to memorize the situation in his dantian. He closed his eyes and activated the heaven-splitting divine technique again. This time, they did not open their eyes to observe deliberately, nor did they use their inner vision. He was just concentrating on cultivating, forgetting about everything else around him. It wasn't until he felt that his spirit was exhausted to the point where he could no longer support himself that he stopped. Then he used his inner vision at once. Then he suddenly cried out in surprise. It increased. It really increased. Although the increase was very, very small, even if it could not be said to be almost negligible, it was at most a drop in the ocean. But One must know that the difference between almost negligible and completely negligible was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were two completely different concepts, especially in the aspect of cultivation. Every little bit of improvement was rare and precious. Even if it was just a drop in the ocean, it was still a considerable improvement. Chu Yang could not help but feel a little lost for a moment. He believed that even the most genius physique in the heaven-splitting imperial court would not necessarily have such an improvement during cultivation. His growth was visible to the naked eye. If the Dantian's maximum value was 500 points, then after that period of cultivation, he had already filled up about 1% of it. No matter how talented a person's physique was, as long as it wasn't enhanced by external forces such as heaven and earth treasures, he believed that there would never be such a cultivation speed. The trashiest physique had a faster cultivation speed than the most talented physique? Then, could this still be called a garbage dump? If this was called trash, then what about the physiques of those geniuses? Super trash? Invincible trash? Immortal trash? Chu Yang looked up quizzically. He looked out of the window. The sky outside the window was already filled with stars. Looking at the time, it was about the middle of the night. When he started cultivating, it was probably in the morning when the sun was high up in the sky. At this point, the entire training time was half a day to midnight. To achieve such an achievement in half a day, Chu Yang anxiously woke up the sword spirit. Come and help me take a look. What's going on? The sword spirit was confused. What do you mean? Chu Yang stared at him and opened his mouth. Then he closed it and opened it again. Finally, his face twitched, and he said somewhat uncertainly, "Take a look at my Dantian. Then you'll know what I want to ask you." The sword spirit's face was full of doubts. He began to explore Chu Yang's Dantian. With one look, he couldn't help but scream. His face was completely distorted. Ah, what did I see? This. What's going on? I say, what's going on with you? As the person who knew Chu Yang the best, the sword spirit knew clearly Chu Yang's situation just now. However, after he sighed a few times and was distracted for a while, his cultivation actually increased, and it was such a trashiest physique, this. The sword spirit raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He said with a crooked mouth and eyes, "I say this. What's going on?" Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Isn't this the question I wanted to ask you? Why are you asking about me?" "Lord Swordmaster, you..." The sword spirit was incoherent. "You took heavenly treasures? Although that thing can help with cultivation, it's ultimately not a cure. It's just drinking poison to quench thirst. Even if your future is bleak, you can't make such a fundamental mistake." Chu Yang frowned. He was a little unhappy. "Sword spirit, what are you blindly thinking about? Am I the kind of person who doesn't know what's important? Why did I use heavenly treasures? This is the result of my own hard work, okay? Let me ask you, what kind of heavenly treasures can increase one's energy at once? Can one fill a Dantian at once? You don't have to find them. You just have to say a name. Can you?" The sword spirit was completely speechless. There really didn't seem to be such a heavenly treasure. At least, the sword spirit didn't know about it. However, he was even more shocked. Since there were no heavenly treasures, then what was going on? Could it really be cultivated through cultivation? Was it possible? It was impossible. It was definitely impossible. But what was going on with the result in front of him? "Since the end of our conversation, I've been cultivating until just now," Chu Yang said lightly. "Then I realized that my physique is not quite the same as what you said. The sword spirit had lost the ability to speak. Not quite the same? Not just not quite the same. It was simply too different. I say, do you think my physique is still trash?" Chu Yang said slowly, "If it is, why is my cultivation progress so fast? If it isn't, then what kind of physique is it?" The sword spirit returned to the tribulation space in a daze. Faced with Chu Yang's question, He didn't know how to answer at all. It seemed that he really couldn't answer. He could only remain silent with a feeling of horror that was about to collapse. But after he returned to the tribulation space, his heart still couldn't calm down. Yes, what was going on? Theoretically speaking, this physique was definitely the worst kind of physique. But why was the result of cultivation the opposite? Could it be that this physique was actually an excellent one? But this didn't make sense. What the fuck is going on? He couldn't understand. Outside. Chu Yong looked up to the sky and pondered. He walked out of the door unconsciously and came to the courtyard. Looking up to the sky, facing the stars in the sky, he pondered. His thoughts became clearer and clearer. Chu Yong could clearly feel his chaotic emotions gradually calming down in the night wind. It seemed to have become a stream of clear spring water, flowing slowly across the spotless jade. His heart gradually formed some kind of understanding. Although my physique is special, it's definitely not a trash physique. My physique is probably a super genius physique that has never appeared before, or it's a physique that has never been recorded. After all, no one and no information has ever asserted that having multiple dantians can't have amazing cultivation progress. It hasn't happened before, but it doesn't mean that I can't have it. Who am I? I'm the Tribulation Sword Master, the legend of the old heaven. In other people's eyes, my physique is trash, but in fact, my physique is probably not ordinary. There's something else. I have 8 more dantians than others, and at the same time, I have a faster cultivation progress than others. This kind of thing, it can't be spread out. Once it's spread out, I'm afraid there'll be endless trouble. No matter what my physique is just my physique. This can't be changed. There's no need to change it. When I was determined to be trash, I could accept it. But now, there's nothing I can't accept. I thought that the legend has been written, but unexpectedly, it's just a legend that has been reborn. Minister, Chu thought to himself, and his heart became smug. Chu Yong had originally planned that if it was really that trash, then at most he would put in 10 times more effort than others. If 10 times wasn't enough, then 100 times. If 100 times wasn't enough, then 1,000 times. People were all forced to be like this. Minister Chu's heart had always been very certain. It's nothing more than forcing me. Could it be that I, Chu Yong, really can't succeed? No matter how trashy my physique is, so what? But he didn't expect that not only did his physique not give him a heavy blow, it gave him a huge surprise. This surprise was directly equivalent to directly rising from hell to the 33rd heaven. Incomparable. Old bull. Chu Yong thought and smiled lightly. When Fishy walked out, Chu Yong was smiling faintly. It was full of relaxation and joy, as if his body had melted into the night wind, as if he had melted into heaven and earth, relaxed and happy. Seeing this, Fishy opened his mouth wide. He had originally intended to comfort Chu Yong, but all of a sudden, all of his words were stuck in his throat. In his mind, Chu Yong must be in so much pain that he wished he was dead, angry and desperate. He must be the most helpless, the most sad, and the most in need of his comfort. But at a glance it was poles apart. Could it be that he was putting on an act? Or could it be that this guy couldn't take this heavy blow and had gone crazy from it? Yes, that was very likely. Fishy suddenly became nervous. He walked a few steps to Chu Yong, stretched out a hand, and waved it in front of Chu Yong. He asked nervously, "Chu Yong, how many fingers is this?" Chu Yong looked at his fingers, baffled. He scratched his head in confusion and said, "Why are you sticking your foot out? Are you having a night sickness in the middle of the night?" Shit. Fishy wanted to cry in his heart. Chu Yong was indeed crazy. He actually mistook his fingers for feet. Sick people always treated others as sick patients. Judging from these 2 major symptoms, it seemed that he was seriously crazy. Chapter 1784. Seeing that Chu Yong had lost his mind, Creepy Cat panicked. "Chu Yong, let me tell you, this is not a foot, it's a finger. Take a closer look." Creepy Cat explained anxiously and earnestly. Brother, take a closer look. This is not my foot, it's my finger. Take a closer look. Take a closer look. Chu Yang's eyes widened as he looked at the crazy cat teacher. He gently reached out his hand and patted his head. He was baffled and said with some concern, "Why did you go crazy?" Creepy Cat was extremely upset. He said softly, "It's really not a foot. Oh, my poor brother. Even if you're mistaken, you can smell it. There's no smell on it." As he said this, he nimbly took off his shoes and lifted his foot up high. "Brother, look, this is my foot." As he said that, he moved his toes a few times in coordination with Zhang Xian's movements. Chu Yang was speechless as he looked at this cat. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. This cat was definitely crazy. Chu Yang was in disbelief. How did Creepy Cat go crazy? Could it be that what he said about night sickness had come true? No way. Creepy Cat moved closer. He raised one hand and the other his foot. He said anxiously, "Look, this is a hand and this is a foot. Smell it." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and scolded, "If you're not crazy, then you must be too bored." He turned around and walked away. Creepy Cat was stunned. He raised one hand and the other his foot. "Am I crazy? Or is he crazy? I think he's the crazy one. Why does he think I'm crazy? Who's the crazy one?" Yen Russian was half lying on the bed. He was all smiles as he watched Chu Yang walk in. He took Chu Yang's hand and frowned slightly. It was indeed a Dantian constitution. Yen Russian's heart sank. He scrutinized Chu Yang's face and said solemnly, "Brother, are you all right?" Chu Yang nodded. "I'm fine. This isn't a big deal." Yen Russian smiled in relief. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. "Brother, you're indeed a man. I didn't misjudge you. Good. This is great. A real man should be able to pick up and let go. The sea embraces all rivers and embraces everything." Chu Yang grinned. "Yes, I won't be defeated." "Good. Well said." Yen Russian exclaimed. Chu Yang was speechless. "I've already gotten such a great advantage and encountered such a wonderful thing. If you want to say that I'm going crazy from joy. How could I be defeated? What was this big brother thinking? Could it be that a certain cat had led him astray? Brother, I wonder what your next step is? Tell me about it," Yen Russian asked with concern. "Yes, let's put it off for now. I want to see what will happen in 3 days. As for how the meeting at the city, Lord's mansion, will be arranged, perhaps I will make a decision at that time." "All right." Yen Russian stared at him intently and said, "Once you've made your decision, you must let me know." "Absolutely. All right." Sneaky finally returned to the door. Chu Yang and Yen Russian were in the middle of a conversation. His eyes were completely round. After a long while, Chu Yang gave Sneaky a teasing look and went back to his room to sleep. Greasy Face was dumbfounded as he watched Chu Yang's figure disappear through the door. He slammed the door shut and finally understood something. Chu Yang wasn't crazy. Recalling his performance just now, Sneaky Cat suddenly felt depressed. "What the fuck?" Sneaky Cat lamented. "I was fooled by him again." Chu Yang pushed the door open and entered the room. A small figure dashed into his arms like a bolt of lightning. Chu Yang's cultivation had improved a lot. He still couldn't react to this sudden attack. Brother Tiger was back. "Where did you go just now?" Chu Yang grabbed the little guy and questioned him sternly. He was so disorganized and undisciplined. How could he not teach him a lesson? I went out just now." Brother Tiger's eyes seemed to be dodging Chu Yang's gaze. Finally, under Chu Yang's stern gaze, he suddenly became self-righteous and shouted, "What do you mean? Why are you interfering with my business?" "Brother Tiger, I went to steal. I went to rob. What are you going to do about it?" "You went to steal? You went to rob?" Chu Yang was stunned. Why did this suddenly come out of nowhere? "Just now, after you killed those 2 people, I said a few words to that bullshit general. I felt extremely indignant. Brother Tiger raised his head and said righteously, "You were the one who worked hard to kill those people. Why did you give everything to others? How can this be?" "No, absolutely not. That's ours." "Huh." Chu Yang was petrified. "That's why I feel uncomfortable, very uncomfortable." Brother Tiger jumped up and down. "That's a lot of money. A lot of good stuff. Even if we don't have a lot of money or good stuff, we can't just let others take advantage of us. Don't you think so? Isn't that right?" Chu Yang looked at the agitated Brother Tiger as if he was petrified. His eyes almost lost focus. "So, in a fit of anger, I went to that Li clan." Brother Tiger proudly raised his head, and his small body walked back and forth on the bed twice, wandering around for a while. What did you go to do?" Chu Yang felt that his throat was a little dry. "What else could I go to do? Asking such idiotic questions." Brother Tiger rolled his eyes and said, "Of course, I went to collect the results of our battle. We can't work for others for nothing. We can't work so hard only to let others take advantage of us. So, I went to steal. I went to steal. I went to take back our things." Brother Tiger said arrogantly, "What?" Chu Yang covered his face with his hands. "Okay, you go steal, you go rob. You only have this little bit. How much can you rob back if you go all out to rob?" Brother Tiger was angry. "Okay, you dare to look down on me?" Then he suddenly became happy. "But this Li clan has a lot of good stuff. Look." As he said, he waved his small paw. Suddenly, the whole room was completely blocked by Brother Tiger's huge spiritual energy. It was as if this space had been moved to the outside world. From this, it could be seen that Brother Tiger was very good at being a thief. Then he waved his hand again. Walala! Countless purple cloud coins. Purple cloud coins. They completely drowned Chu Yang like a tide. Sorry, I didn't pay attention and forgot that this is not their warehouse. Are you okay?" Brother Tiger seemed a little embarrassed. Chu Yang finally swam out of the room full of purple cloud coins and purple cloud coins. He wiped his face. "Damn it, I'm lucky I'm experienced. Otherwise, I would have been smashed to death by this bastard's money. This guy did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. He's taking revenge on me for saying that he's just that little. This mouth of mine is really asking for a beating. I almost got smashed to death by money. These are all from the Li clan." Chu Yang's eyes widened. "Of course," Brother Tiger said proudly. "This is just one of their treasuries, and it's just the money inside. Do you have any spatial equipment or something? If you do, quickly keep it. I still have a lot here. Luckily, I didn't take them all out." Chu Yang waved his hand speechlessly. All the purple cloud coins and purple cloud coins instantly went into the space. After these things went in, the sword spirit immediately waved them around. After sorting them out, he asked in confusion, "So much money? Where did you get it? Did you rob them?" "I did rob them, but it wasn't me." "Don't ask. I'll tell you the details when I'm done." Chu Yang was also speechless. "I didn't want to rob them. I don't have the ability now. If I had the ability to handle this, I would have robbed them long ago." Brother Tiger waved his little claws again and again. "These are money, and these are still money. These aren't money. Some things that are barely presentable. I can't use them. These are weapons. They're so fucking lousy. If it weren't for the fact that I was unwilling to let others take them, I wouldn't even bother to take them." Brother Tiger huffed. "These are medicinal herbs. I might as well bring the cabinet over. They're all lousy stuff. There's nothing that I can use. These are minerals, metals. Well, not many of them are valuable. Even if they're not valuable, I can't let others take advantage of them, right? So I also made do with them. These are secret manuals. This kind of trash actually has the nerve to call them secret manuals. Is it worth hiding them so secretively? This family is really poor. Ignorant people are really scary. But I thought that even if they're useless to you, they can still be worth some money. Based on the principle of not wasting money, I took them back. No matter how small a grasshopper is, it's still meat. Ignorant people are really scary. This kind of family actually has the nerve to call themselves a family. Brother Tiger is really disappointed. Brother Tiger was long-winded as he commented. All of them were negative. He cursed and despised them while shaking his head and sighing. Too lousy, too lousy. This family is too tasteless. Such a nagging complaint. Chu Yang stared blankly into the tribulation space. Over and over again, over and over again. He definitely didn't expect this guy to be a miser. The sword spirit inside was dazzled. What's going on? It wasn't that Chu Yang, King of Hell Chu, hadn't done this kind of thing before. In fact, he had done it quite a lot. But it seemed that he had never done it so exaggeratedly. Although these things weren't up to standard in Brother Hu's eyes. But to Chu Yang they were all good. At the very least, they were passable. There were even many treasures that he had never seen or heard of before. Listening to the sword spirit surprise in the tribulation space, it seemed that these things were not bad. They weren't not very good in the end. Sword spirit points. Purple cloud coins, 73,310. Purple cloud coins. 73,005. Rare minerals and metals. 3,450. More than 5,000 rare medicines. All kinds of weapons of excellent quality, including 100 Earth-grade weapons, 5 Heaven-grade weapons, and a number of others. These were all plundered from the ruined families, ignorant families, and extremely poor families that Brother Hu had mentioned. Acupuncture in the afternoon. In the past, I would start after I went. This time I actually queued up. I queued for 2 hours before it was my turn. It turns out that queuing up is especially painful. Chapter 1785. This income, yes, this windfall, had obviously greatly exceeded Chu Yang's expectations. Suddenly, Chu Yang thought of a very serious problem. You didn't empty the Li clan's treasure trove or warehouse, did you? Brother Tiger raised his head. Nonsense. If I didn't empty it, should I leave it for the city lord? Don't worry, I didn't even leave a piece of paper for them. Wherever I go, nothing is left. Chu Yang sweated profusely. Sweat like a waterfall. Imagining the city lord excitedly sending people to search the Li clan's house, only to see an empty treasure trove, the expression on his face at that time. Chu Yang couldn't help but break down a little. The city lord was really screwed over by Brother Tiger this time. Even if he had 1 water cloud coin, he wouldn't be able to find it. But in everyone's hearts, they would think, the city lord is rich this time. He's rich, that's for sure. It seems like the city lord is really suffering this loss. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to eat the Li clan's cake. But the problem was that with his current strength, if he wanted to eat it openly, he would definitely choke to death. No matter which side it was, they wouldn't sit back and watch Chu Yang get such a big bargain. So even though Chu Yang was unwilling and reluctant, his action of giving it to the city lord was absolutely sincere and serious. But now, Chu Yang could only rejoice in his misfortune. Chu Yang had just done him a huge favor, but Brother Tiger had sent him into the abyss in the next moment. Brother Tiger, you're really... Chu Yang was stunned for a while. Finally, he hugged Brother Tiger and shook him fiercely. Ha ha ha, you're really too cute, ha ha ha. Brother Tiger was dizzy from being shaken. He said discontentedly, Bah, who are you calling cute? Can I be described as cute? It should be mighty and majestic. My spirit covers the sky. Look at you. You're so happy over such a small amount of food. Sigh, it's a pity that I found too few purple crystals in that house. Otherwise, I could eat more, and it would be enough to fill my stomach. Purple crystals? Chu Yang blinked. That's right. If I want to recover from my injuries, I need to borrow the energy of heaven and earth. The energy in the purple crystal has some effect, but it's not very big, but it's better than nothing. Brother Hu was bored to death. Purple crystal? I have purple crystals here, Chu Yang said. You have it. How many pieces do you have? I know that small fries like you who have just ascended have a few pieces. But Tiger rolled his eyes uninterestedly. How many pieces? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Look at how many pieces this is. With a loud crash, the entire room was filled with purple crystals, almost burying Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger was dumbfounded for a long time. He exclaimed, "Damn, so many. That's great, ha ha ha." The moment he opened his mouth, whoosh! Chu Yang stared dumbfoundedly. The room that was filled with purple crystals just a moment ago was instantly turned into powder by Brother Tiger's mouth. Unexpectedly, it disappeared with a whoosh. That's great, that's great. Brother Tiger was obviously not satisfied. Do you have more? The more of these things, the better. Give me more. Chu Yang made up his mind. He had a lot of purple crystals, no less than a few billion. Anyway, he had so many purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence, soul of the purple crystal, and even higher grade ones. So what if he gave all these purple crystals to Brother Tiger? Therefore, he waved his hand again. Wow. Brother Tiger was overjoyed. He waved his hand again. Crash, now it was Chu Yang's turn to start the clearance giveaway. After a long, long time. It's about time, it's really about time. I have to digest it first. Brother Tiger rubbed his belly contentedly. He said happily, "These purple crystals can actually heal 1% of my injuries." Not bad, it's an unexpected gain. 1% of your injuries? Only 1% of your injuries. Chu Yang had the urge to curse. What kind of injuries do you have on your belly? Tens of millions of purple crystals turned into dust without even blinking. You can only heal 1% of your injuries. Can you be any more of a scam? This result is already not bad. Brother Tiger looked at Chu Yang a little unsatisfactorily. Why are they all purple crystals? Aren't there any higher grade ones? If there were higher grade ones, such as purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence, soul of the purple crystal, if only there were so many of them, I can recover 1/3 of my strength. 1/3 is already the limit. It can't be more than that. Even if the power of the purple crystal system is at its peak, it can only recover 1/3 of my strength. But it's already not bad. Brother Tiger looked at Chu Yang furtively. I just don't know if you have, Chu Yang grinned. This guy is really a thief, to actually be able to deduce that I have those good things he wants. I do, but can you still eat them tonight? Chu Yang said impatiently. You should finish the purple crystals first before we talk about the rest. Brother Tiger perked up. That's true, then I'll eat them tomorrow night. I'll digest them tonight first. I'm quite full this time, so I need to compress them into the strength I need. Don't forget tomorrow night. Prepare more high-quality goods. As he spoke, he jumped onto the bed looking very excited. He even kicked his legs. Very cute, very cute. Chu Yang sighed. It looked like a considerable portion of the wealth he had bought in the Chongtian continent was going to be thrown into this Brother Tiger's stomach. Just as he was in a daze, Brother Tiger suddenly opened his eyes again and instructed him very seriously. Don't forget to give me the purple crystals tomorrow night. Chu Yang was speechless. Is this guy worried that I'll go back on my word? But tonight, Yen Russian was really surprised. What was going on? Why couldn't he sense anything on Chu Yang's side at all? A certain Brother Tiger was too excited when he was sleeping that he actually forgot to release the spiritual seal, therefore. Yen Russian completely cut off his senses on Chu Yang's side. From this, one could tell that Brother Tiger was really powerful. But of course, Minister Chu didn't know about this, although he knew that Yen Russian should be very powerful. He didn't know how high Yen Russian's cultivation level was. Of course, he couldn't measure Brother Tiger's strength. A night full of shock. Just like that, it passed. In the next 3 days, Chu Yang didn't do anything else. He buried himself in the men's hall with the sword spirit to organize the things that Brother Tiger had stolen. At the same time, he let Calamity Sword swallow all kinds of materials and then sorted out all the medicines that he didn't need, refining them into pure medicinal power. Although Brother Tiger looked down on the Li clan's treasury. Certain king of hell still treasured it very much. Even if the quality wasn't particularly high, it couldn't withstand the large quantity. For example, those bundles of ginseng. In the eyes of ordinary people, those were high-quality goods that could only be found by chance. Chu Yang suddenly obtained so many good things. He suddenly became a nouveau riche. As if he was going to give them away, he refined many incomplete and complete versions of heavy pills. There were even a few super heavy pills. These naturally went into Chu Yang's private storage. These were prepared to be used in emergencies. Of course, there were also many pills that could strengthen the body and improve aptitude. Chu Yang refined thousands of them in batches. Since he was prepared to show off his skills, he naturally had to use people. The more people there were, the more battles there would be. It was inevitable that there would be casualties. Chu Yang had now learned Mo Tianji's way of preparing for a rainy day. Of course, in his bones, he still acted like a nouveau riche. With so many medicines at once, there were too many repetitions. If he didn't hurry and make use of them now, when would he? So Chu Yang wantonly looted once. The Li clan's treasury that Brother Tiger didn't care about was nothing to Chu Yang, but it was a considerable amount of wealth. Even some of the metals that were brought up from the heavens continent paled in comparison to this new batch of inventory. Heaven's imperial court. After all, it was of a much higher level than the heavens continent. Even if this was only a remote area, what a 1,000-year-old clan could collect was definitely not trash. In view of this, Chu Yang didn't hesitate to let Calamity sword swallow the weaker ones. There were also some ordinary ones. The ordinary ones were all swallowed by Calamity Sword. All of them were developed towards the highest quality. If it wasn't the best, it wouldn't take up any space. In other words, Minister Chu was very thoroughly streamlining his troops. However, after this round of elimination, not only did the amount of emptiness in Chu Yang's calamity space not increase, but it also became a lot emptier. A large number of purple crystals were swallowed by Brother Tiger. Although Brother Tiger was drooling and asking for purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence, and better things, it wasn't that a certain king of hell couldn't bear to give them, nor that he couldn't afford to give them. But he understood that since purple crystals would be useful to Brother Tiger, why waste those more valuable ones? It was wrong and shameful to waste them. Based on the principle of being thrifty, Minister Chu would never relent. You'd better finish the purple crystals first. Although these purple crystals were definitely not enough for Brother Tiger, because he had to swallow tens of millions of purple crystal essences a day and then refine them, Chu Yang would never consider using the purple crystal cores before he ran out of purple crystals. It was the same for purple crystal jade essence, soul of purple crystal, and so on. I'd like to see how many purple crystals you can swallow. I have hundreds of millions of purple crystals. Even if you can swallow tens of millions every day, you can still handle it for 8 to 10 days, of course. During these few nights, Chu Yang would still disguise himself as Zhen Yukai and go to the beast-fighting arena to gamble. However, due to the sudden destruction of the Li clan, the Jin clan, and the Wu clan couldn't help but feel a little sad. Therefore, these few days, the two clans were very quiet and actually didn't gamble with Zhen Yukai. Besides these two clans, it wasn't that no one else wanted to gamble with big official Zhen. It was just that the stakes were not high, so Chu Yang naturally didn't have much interest. Therefore, very straightforwardly, Zhen Yukai lost for 2 more nights. Brother Tiger fought against some low-level spirit beasts these 2 nights, but he couldn't continue his undefeated legend and lost magnificently. This made Brother Tiger, who was used to pretending to be a pig to eat tigers, very unhappy. Chapter 1786. What I want is the thrill of victory. I'll pretend that I can't beat you, but I still want to win in the end. You've defeated me like this. I really don't have any face left. I want to write an invincible legend. Brother Tiger roared angrily, but Chu Yang directly ignored Brother Tiger's resistance. His response was only one sentence: purple crystals. Do you still want to eat them? I still have a lot. The implication was obvious. If you don't listen to me, then don't think about eating them. It was a blatant threat and a blatant coercion. Brother Tiger gritted his teeth for a moment, but he also knew that the situation was beyond his control. He could only succumb to Chu Yang's tyranny. The amount of purple crystals stored by other people in Xixia City was really too far behind Chu Yang's. If Chu Yang was a gold mine, then the purple crystals stored by others could only be regarded as a piece of gold at most. For Brother Tiger, who was anxious to recover his strength, this was definitely a rare gold mine. And during this period of time, Chu Yang was also making the best use of his time to recruit and cultivate his forces. Many people in Xixia City were interested in following this famous divine, Dr. Chu. But divine Dr. Chu's conditions for recruiting subordinates were very strict. The lowest requirement was Earth level. This condition was a bit too high. Which Earth level expert didn't like to be free? If they had the cultivation of Earth level, would they need to be your slaves? You're just an Earth level expert yourself. After 3 days, he didn't receive any Earth level expert. Therefore, Minister Chu had no choice but to recruit a large number of youths, as well as some homeless child beggars and toddlers. All of them were gathered in another courtyard that he had bought for collective training. Among these little guys, the oldest was only 15 years old. They were no more than 15 years old, and the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. For the time being, Saber King had become the leader of these children. Although it was called training, in fact, these little guys were mostly just playing now. As for when they would be put to use, it was a matter of opinion. Under the premise that Minister Chu was reluctant to use heavy elixirs and give them elixirs, they might not have any cultivation or become strong martial artists in their lifetime. In the past 2 days, this cat teacher had become a teacher in name. He was sent by Chu Yang to teach these little guys. Regarding this, the cat teacher was very unhappy, but Chu Yang's words made the cat obedient. Sai, you're eating my food and living in my house now. You don't even help me with something as trivial as this. Why did I save your life in the first place? When the cat teacher heard this for the first time, he felt a little guilty. It was very embarrassing. However, after hearing it 17 or 18 times in 2 days, she couldn't take it anymore. Aren't you fucking being too obvious? People don't expect anything in return, but what about you? You. The cat teacher flew into a rage. What answered him was Chu Yang's words, Sai. So this is the attitude of the teachers of the cat race towards their saviors. My ears have been opened today. At this point, the cat teacher was completely defeated. He begged Chu Yang with tears and snot running down his face. Brother, if there's anything you need, just say the word. Anyway, there's nothing much to do now, right? But please don't say these 2 sentences. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back from killing you. If you're not afraid, just say it. Chu Yang also knew the depth of the situation. Naturally, they would haughtily withdraw their troops and lay down their flags and drums. He would wait for the results of his victory. As for Yen Russian, Minister Chu couldn't possibly let this super expert stay idle. This great expert could barely stand up and couldn't move freely. Moreover, he was seriously injured. But Chu Yang still pulled him along as a strong man. Brother Yen, please help me take a look. You have great foresight and experience. See which one of these little guys can be trained. Chu Yang flattered him. Then he didn't forget to repay his kindness. After all, I saved your life too, right? Then he said emotionally, Moreover, we are brothers, good brothers. For a moment, Yen Russian was overwhelmed. I can help you choose one. But what about the rest of the kids? Yen Russian asked. You won't abandon them, right? Chu Yang patted his chest. How can I, since they have been taken in by me? Even if they don't have any aptitude, they should be able to do chores like cooking and farming. I won't let them starve to death, no matter what. In the future, when I establish my power, these little guys can stay safely at the rear. If they don't have a future in martial arts, they can go into business. Even if they don't have any business acumen, they can be in charge of a shop. If not, they can be blacksmiths or other professions, right? Even if they can't do anything, farming is fine. There's a future in every profession. Since I've taken them in, I'll take care of them till the end. I won't let any harm come to them. When they grow up, I'll find them wives and settle them down. I, Chuyang, am a man of my words. I still have this bit of credibility. Yen Rushen nodded deeply to show his approval. Yen Rushen was very approving of Chu Yang's actions. In fact, he was very appreciative of it. He felt that this was purely a kind act. Since the beginning of mankind, there had never been an end to cultivating one's own strength. There were those who took advantage of others, those who cheated others, and those who wanted to repay their kindness. But a method like Chu Yang's was one of a kind. This was because the sacrifice was too great. Most of the children in front of him were beggars and vagabonds. They didn't have any foundation to speak of. As for finding a martial arts genius among them, it was too difficult. The chances were too slim. If Chuyang didn't take them in, most of them would only end up freezing and starving to death. As for Chuyang letting these little guys work for him when they grew up, this was a matter of course. Parents still expected their children to take care of them in old age. What about outsiders? Why should they only raise you and not ask for anything in return? How could there be a free lunch in this world? Moreover, they could get something in return for their work. It was equivalent to a lifetime of stability. This was definitely a very worthwhile thing. Therefore, Yen Rushen nodded in agreement and expressed his support through action. But Yen Rushen definitely didn't expect that this nod of his would bring him so much trouble. Yen Rushen nodded, and Chuyang immediately increased the scale of his collection. Within a day, Chuyang had taken in more than 1/3 of the orphans and beggars in the entire Xixia city. There were also many who were seriously ill and dying. Chuyang saved them one by one, snatching them from the hands of the king of hell. In the eyes of outsiders, Divine Dr. Chu was purely doing a good deed. And in fact, this was indeed the case. Although the Heaven Imperial Court had a strict legal system, with the polarization of the rich and the poor, especially because of the endless private fights in the martial world, there were naturally many orphans. Divine, Dr. Chu's money was spent like flowing water. Chu Yang's original intention for doing this must be for some other purpose. But the fundamental reason for his endless, unrestricted, and unconditional accommodation was that he was genuinely moved by compassion. Looking at these fatherless and motherless children reminded Chuyang of his own childhood. He had suffered. At least he had a master to take care of him. But they didn't have anything empathizing with them. He took in all the things that he could, couldn't, should, and shouldn't. Since I'm determined to establish a superforce that can move unhindered in the Heaven Imperial Court, then, do I still care about these few mouthfuls of food? Money is a bastard. I'll earn more after spending it all. I don't lack money. Even if their aptitude is really rubbish and they can't do anything, they can at least farm and become my strategic support, right? I definitely have my own purpose. No purpose, purely doing a good deed. Even the richest man in the world would eventually be eaten up. In addition, Chuyang only needed to save children under the age of 15. As for those who are 17 or 18 years old, for those who are 17 and 17 years old and had the ability to work but were still begging, Chuyang could only turn a blind eye to them. They were healthy, had limbs and strength, but couldn't support themselves? Then why should I support you? Such a person is simply a scoundrel. Do you think I'm a fool? Under the call of Chu Yang's good deed, all the orphans and homeless children in Xixia City flocked over as if they had seen their savior. Even some of the surrounding villages and towns, as long as they were of the right age, they all rushed over here like a tide. They asked for protection and Chuyang to take them in. There were also some young parents who lived in poverty and had many children who also sent their children here. Firstly, they couldn't support them. Secondly, even if they could only farm when they grew up with them. But with Divine Dr. Chu, they might have a future. Future? This word was the biggest hope that parents had for their children, the biggest prayer in their lives. As long as it was really difficult, Chu Yang would not refuse it. So much so that Chu Yang had another nickname, Philanthropist Chu. This nickname was even more popular than Divine Dr. Chu. Philanthropist Chu's good deed not only required a huge amount of money, but also a considerable amount of land. Therefore, he bought more and more houses and courtyards. If not, he couldn't accommodate so many people. Under the influence of countless money and gradually expanding land, Philanthropist Chu's reputation spread like wildfire after he eradicated the Li clan. He instantly became a celebrity in Xixia City, and at the same time he was also the leader of the emerging forces, not willing to stop after slaughtering the whole world, killing people with a flick of a sword, cutting off the injustices in the world. Duke Chu Yang is the most romantic. These 4 lines were almost nonsensical doggerel, but it became a catchy poem for almost everyone in Xixia City. As time passed, the reputation of Philanthropist Chu became louder and louder day by day. In just 2 days, Chu Yang's place once again fell into a delicate situation of overcrowding. Chapter 1787. Under Great Philanthropist Chu's iron-blooded methods, this group of hooligans immediately transformed into nannies to take care of these little ancestors. What if it's not done well? That's great. Come on. Let's gather everyone and peel off their skin in front of everyone. Let everyone see the color of a person's liver and intestines to satisfy everyone's curiosity. This is all real. There's nothing fake about it. All the hooligans kept quiet out of fear. Under such merciless and hooligan methods, she had turned into an obedient little lamb. The environment and public security of Xixia City were improved by more than 1 level within 2 days due to Philanthropist Chu's series of good deeds. Just as Chu Yang was thinking about how to get a better foothold, it was time for the city lord's invitation. Chu Yang dressed himself up. His face was red and his teeth were white. He had the air of a good duke. Riding on a handsome horse, he carried Brother Tiger on his shoulder. Proud of his success, the horse galloped towards the city lord's residence. At this moment, the cat teacher realized that he was wrong, really wrong. At first, he thought that there were only a dozen children. However, in less than an hour, there were dozens. After 4 hours, there were more than 100 children. After a day, there were more than 500 children. On the second night, there were more than 1,000 children. At this point, the cat teacher was on the verge of collapse. This bastard, what is he trying to do? I'm the teacher of the cat clan and a heaven-grade expert. I'm a great figure. Now I'm reduced to a kindergarten teacher? You don't treat me as a teacher at all. Moreover, with your meager wealth, how could you dare to do such a thing? How many days can you do this with your little money? While the cat teacher was on the verge of collapse, he was also worried about Chu Yang. Yen Russian was also on the verge of collapse. I'm so tired, but Chu Yang, the great philanthropist Chu Yang, had already entered the city lord's mansion to attend the banquet. The banquet! It was about to start. The city lord's expression was very interesting. It was so interesting that he was about to collapse and kill someone. In these 2.5 days, the city lord felt like a year. In an instant, he was in heaven, in hell, in an instant. The Li clan was destroyed. The city lord already knew about this on the day of the incident. The city lord was both happy and worried. He was happy that this malignant tumor had finally been removed. Furthermore, it was replaced by a divine doctor. For the time being, he did not have to worry about the original balance being broken. What he was worried about was whether this Lord, godly doctor would be able to develop. Could they be like the Li clan, contending against the other 2 clans? Even if he could contend against it, was this godly doctor easy to control? Was he ambitious? However, his worries were immediately thrown to the back of his mind, because divine Dr. Chu really knew how to conduct himself. Although he had destroyed the Li family, he did not claim credit for it. What was even more rare was that he handed over the Li family's follow-up handling authority to the city Lord Manor. This was a huge favor. After hearing this good news, The city lord almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was a huge pie in the sky. I believed that no one would go against money. How could he not accept such a great benefit that was sent to his door? This divine Dr. Chu is really perceptive. This time, if the city lord's mansion were to raid the Li clan, then wouldn't everything be up to him? The Li clan had also accumulated over 1,000 years. That was an astonishing amount of wealth. By then, the Li clan's assets would be raided. Wouldn't it be up to him to decide how much he wanted? I'll say that it's only a few million. So what? The rest will be with me. Humph! At that moment, if Chu Yong was in front of the city lord, the city lord would definitely hug Chu Yong and give him a big kiss, and then say, "Kiss." This divine Dr. Chu is really too bright, too sensible, and too adorable. Ahahaha! The next step was to send people to the Li clan. As expected, many people in the Li clan were frantically packing up their things and escaping. Our elder is finished. Let's hurry and escape. The Li clan is destined to be finished. One couldn't be too reckless. If one was too ruthless, it would only provoke resistance. The city lord naturally knew this as well. So he only sent people to watch a few warehouses and secret rooms. The locations of these places were no secret to the city lord's mansion. As for those who escaped, let them take away some of the things in their hands. After all, they also wanted to live, right? If they were forced into a corner and caused unnecessary losses, the gains would not make up for the losses. Besides, he had already obtained so many warehouses and treasures. Why would he still want to snatch those few things from others? If this were to spread out, he would lose his position as the city lord. It was really too shameful. The Li family's men had completely dispersed in the morning, their whereabouts unknown. No matter what, they definitely didn't dare to stay in Xixia City anymore. They didn't even dare to stay in the surrounding areas of Xixia City. The Li clan had done too much evil before. Even if the Jin clan, Wu clan, and that divine Dr. Chu didn't care about dealing with them, the people in Xixia City would still swallow them alive. In the afternoon, the once famous Li clan had become an empty shell. Following the orders of General Zhou of the city lord's mansion, 5,000 city guards surrounded the entire Li family. Then, a few important people entered the Li family's mansion. The work of confiscating property had to be done by martial artists, and it had to be done by many people. If there were fewer people, it was inevitable that there would be corruption and corruption. The city lord was still very considerate about this. After entering, even if they started to investigate, it didn't matter. It was too shocking. The city lord was originally waiting outside. As the city lord, he had to show some attitude. Even if he was anxious, he couldn't rush in like ordinary soldiers to investigate, right? How degrading would that be? So, the city lord could only wait patiently for the good news. Then the news came. General Zhou's face was sallow, and he ran in with cold sweat all over his face. "Lord, Lord, we've seen a ghost this time." "General Zhou, be steady, be steady," the city lord shouted. He was too unruly. "What's the matter? Seeing a ghost? How could there be a ghost in broad daylight?" No, no, no. I can't be steady." General Zhou's whiskers were trembling. He patted his butt repeatedly. "This time we've really seen a ghost in broad daylight. We've really seen a ghost. What's the matter? Tell me in detail." The city lord frowned and asked majestically. This General Zhou really didn't have any calmness. It seemed that it was the right decision not to let him have more power for so many years. If he panicked when he encountered a small matter, how could he do big things? He really lacked experience. "Lord, the Li family's warehouse is empty." General Zhou's face was sweating profusely. At this moment, he could only report truthfully. "Empty? So what if it's empty?" "What?" The city lord replied calmly, but the next moment, he was stunned by his own words. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "Empty? How could it be empty?" At this moment, the city lord's voice changed. From the endless, majestic, deep voice from before, it became a male duck that had its neck pinched. "It's empty. General Zhou nodded repeatedly, wanting to cry, but having no tears. All the warehouses are empty. There's no supplies at all. How is that possible? This is impossible. The city lord shouted sternly. Hurry up and take me to see it. Indeed, it was empty. All the warehouses, all the treasure troves were empty. Every warehouse was clean and tidy. Even the granary was empty. It was so clean that a mouse would probably come out with tears in its eyes. Not even a grain of rice, the entirely family, except for the empty courtyard. And some furniture, flowers, trees, rockery, pond, there was nothing. As for the property, there was not even a single shuiyin coin. It was a completely empty courtyard. The city lord was dumbfounded and suspicious. He only felt his blood pressure rise rapidly, and the next moment he felt dizzy. His eyes were dazzling. This. What the hell is going on? The city lord was angry. It was impossible not to be angry. He thought that he was about to take over a huge amount of wealth. He would laugh even in his dreams at night, but now the huge amount of wealth had turned into a pie. It seemed that he couldn't even find a place to cry. The others all stood with their heads lowered, afraid that they would provoke the city lord again. At this time it was better to shut up. How would we know what happened? Did I see a ghost? Did I see a ghost? Did I really see a ghost? The city lord lost his composure and roared. The corner of General Zhou's mouth twitched. Was this the so-called steadiness? Meeting was not as good as hearing about it, but the city lord was the city lord. He calmed down very quickly. He muttered to himself, they moved so cleanly. It's impossible for them to move everything today. It must have been premeditated. The Li family might have planned to move out long ago, or they might have started to move their property long ago. Every time he spoke, everyone nodded their heads. So many things had disappeared at once. If there was no premeditated plan, even a pig wouldn't believe it. The Li family has already moved out, and they still want to provoke them. It seems that they want to get rid of divine Dr. Chu and then make Xixia City lose its balance completely. In this way, the three parties won't have the time, energy, and opportunity to make things difficult for them. They can also ensure that they can escape unscathed when they evacuate. What an ingenious plan! If it wasn't for their miscalculation of divine Dr. Chu's ability, their plan would have been realized perfectly. The city lord's face turned pale as he thought. Pass down my order. Search for the Li family members who have left. None of them are allowed to escape. Catch all of them back. We would rather kill by mistake than let them go. The city lord directly roared out his last sentence as he gave the order. Lord, the Li family also has a backing. A few years ago, one of the daughters of the Li family married the city lord of Dongbu City. Although she's just a concubine, but she's still this. If we go too far, I'm afraid. The aide cautiously reminded the city lord. Chapter 1788. Fuck off, city lord of Dongbu City. Who does he think he is? How dare he go against me? Give him the courage to do so. The city lord flew into a rage, completely unable to control himself. He said without thinking, maybe he's the one behind this, wanting to see me make a fool out of myself. Fuck! Kill him! Kill him if you catch up. Leave no one alive. Settle accounts with me. As long as he dares to come, I'll swallow him alive. The city lord had gone crazy. He thought of how he had accepted divine Dr. Chu's gift and thought that he could make a fortune. But he only got an empty courtyard. There wasn't even a single shuiyin coin. This is from P. But now, everyone in the city knew that he had come to plunder the Li clan's property. He was definitely going to make a fortune. Many projects in Xixia City that couldn't be continued due to lack of money were waiting to start. Now, various officials had already put the project reports on his desk. Everyone was eagerly waiting for him to plunder the Li clan's property and go back. Thinking of this, the city lord's heart was dripping blood. After he went back, he believed that no matter what he said, it would be useless. Even if he brought them to the Lee clan and personally checked, it would be useless, because no one would believe him. Even if General Zhou and the others testified for him, would anyone believe him? Fuck! I asked you to plunder the Lee clan's property, but in the end you said that you didn't plunder anything? Then it's over. Even a ghost wouldn't believe such words. You guys must have been given some benefits by the city lord to shut your mouths. Poor old man. You didn't get a single cent. Yes, the officials waiting in the city lord's residence would definitely think so. They would definitely think so. Well, since the old man didn't get a single cent, don't think of pocketing it all. If it's over, we'll all be done together. If it's not handled well, the reports would fly upwards as if they had wings, and the supervision organizations above would come down in batches to find trouble. Even if I'm really the Lord of Justice, they would definitely find out the problem. Not to mention that I'm not the Lord of Justice at all. My ass is definitely not that clean. This time, I'm really going to lose my life. The city lord's face had turned green. This time, the old man is really finished. He didn't expect that the old man's sexual life was going to end soon. Also, it seemed like he might lose all his assets. In other words, the joy of being a man was gone. The city lord was infuriated. The Lee family, how dare you trick me like this? Even if I have to die, I'll drag you down with me. A soul walking spring. The city lord made up his mind and vowed to stay true to his words. What should we do, my lord? Now, General Zhou said with a long face. What should we do? Retreat. Withdraw immediately. The city lord's expression returned to its usual coldness. Withdraw. General Zhou was stunned. If we don't withdraw, are we going to stay here and drink the northwest wind? Or, General Zhou, do you want to dig a piece of earth from here and build it on top of your own grave? The Castellan roared hysterically. He left in a huff. General Zhou scratched his head and looked at the Castellan who had already disappeared. He was indignant. If you want to withdraw, then withdraw. Why are you so fierce? I'm not dead yet. Where did the grave come from? In the past few days, the city lord had been thinking of a way. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. He had no choice. The most important thing now was to appease his subordinates. Only by appeasing their emotions could he buy time and salvage the situation. If he could get back the Lee family savings within the time limit, everything could be settled. A team of people came back. 2 teams came back. There were many people from the Lee family who were intercepted and killed, but the things that they got back really made the city lord have the impulse to kill. He collected the corpses of the experts from the Lee family and checked the storage rings. Only then did he realize that there were 3 storage rings in the Lee family. One of them had already exploded with divine Dr. Chu's sword, and the other 2 were already in the city lord's hands. Seeing that the space inside was not even as big as 2 boxes, the city lord roared angrily, and the 2 expensive storage rings flew into the toilet pit of the city lord's residence. This also caused the city lord to regret after he calmed down 2 days later. He specially sent many servants to dig the toilet. At that time, the city lord was so poor that he went crazy. The 2 storage rings were also worth a lot of money. Let's not talk about this later. The money was not recovered at all, but people had to be appeased no matter what. He had to pretend that he was rich and had taken advantage of the situation to share the dividends with everyone. Otherwise, boo-hoo! This won't do. The city lord was ruthless. At his wits' end, he could only open the treasury of the city lord's residence and directly use the public funds to distribute some money to everyone. The treasury was not enough, so the city lord also took out all the private money that he had accumulated over the years. This temporarily blocked everyone's mouths. Everyone was happy for a day. As for those projects, well, the city lord's residence was still considering and calculating. Let's postpone it for the time being. As for today's meeting, well, the banquet. Thinking of this, the city lord could not help but want to slap his own mouth. Damn it, now is the time when every cent needs to be split into 2 halves, and he still wants to hold a banquet. Where should the money for the food and drinks come from? Do I have to use my asterisk to buy it? Even if it's feasible, my asterisk is not worth much now. If I take it from my wife, don't mention it. In these 2 years, I've become so old that as long as I see my wife, I don't have any confidence. If I want to take money from my wife, unless it's a death, I'd better not think of this path. This would not work. That would not work. The city lord was completely at his wit's end. It said that a single coin stumps a hero, but now it's a banquet that stumps a city lord. Could it be that the old and dignified city lord still muddles along to the point of having to pay on credit? But he could not cancel it even if he wanted to. He could only brace himself and continue. If it's like sitting on pins and needles, then so be it. Oh my God, no matter what, I'm still a city lord. How did I end up in this kind of situation? The hateful Li family, no matter how unwilling the city lord was, this day had finally come. At the door, Chu Yang met fourth Master Hua, who was waiting for him. Oh, the great philanthropist Chu is here. Fourth Master Hua smiled and made a small joke. Chu Yang laughed. Fourth Master Hua, you don't have to think too highly of me. Who doesn't know that the Hua family of River East benefits the common people? What do my small actions count for? Fourth Master Hua laughed loudly. Normally, large families would build bridges and pave roads, do good deeds, and so on. Doing good deeds to attract the attention of the public and earn a good reputation was necessary, although most of it was just on the surface, such as giving out porridge periodically, occasionally giving out winter clothes, and so on. It did indeed help many people. This was the principle of not doing small acts of kindness. Of course, small acts of kindness could not cover great evil. The evil deeds of these clans in the dark were not known to ordinary people. Fourth Master Hua patted Chu Yang affectionately and walked in side by side. When he saw the city lord, Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. It was not that Chu Yang was not strong enough. It was that he could not help but laugh. When he thought of the big favor he had given, and then thought of all the things that brother who had stolen back, and then thought of the huge black pot that the city lord was carrying, Chu Yang really sympathized with the city lord. The city lord was obviously a little thin, and this thinness could be seen clearly in just 1 or 2 days. He had lost weight rapidly. The city lord was not happy. This was something that everyone could see. With a straight face and a frown, he looked like he did not want anyone to come close to him. The raging flames of anger seemed to be burning from Feng Jing's head. To be fair, if the city lord did not have such a straight face, he would be very elegant. In fact, he was very refined and had the air of a scholar. Fourth Master Hua's identity was special. He was one of the few people present who did not need to care whether the city lord was happy or not. He pulled Chu Yang and walked over. Brother Chu, this is the city lord of Zixia City, Fourth Master Hua introduced enthusiastically. City lord, this is Chu Yang, who has become famous in Zixia City these few days. Brother Chu, Divine Dr. Chu, Philanthropist Chu. Fourth Master Hua introduced. He even listed out the titles that a certain king of hell had recently obtained. The city lord turned his face and forced out a hearty smile. So, Mr.'s Brother Chu. Come, little brother, please take a seat. We are all family, don't be polite. No matter how unhappy the city lord was, Chu Yang had given him a huge favor. However, Chu Yang had done him a big favor. Even though he had no choice but to suffer in silence, in the eyes of outsiders, Chu Yang had actually given the city lord a wealth that could rival a nation. So, although the city lord felt as if he had eaten shit when he saw Chu Yang, he still could not help but welcome him with a smile. You have gained such a huge advantage, but you are still stingy with a smile? You are too tasteless, aren't you? Who would dare to associate with you in the future? Moreover, the moment the city lord saw Chu Yang, he remembered what Fourth Master Hua had said. This divine Dr. Chu is really a divine doctor. To tell you the truth, I have been troubled by my illness for a long time. It was divine Dr. Chu who cured me. His miraculous hands have immediate effects. Look, fourth Master Hua's face was full of flaunting. He even told the city lord about this man's most shameful, private topic. How could he not believe it? So, the city lord had great expectations for divine Dr. Chu. Well, he just didn't know how to tell this divine doctor. Since the city lord had expressed his goodwill, Chu Yang had to seize the opportunity. I have long heard of the city lord's great name. You are a world-shaking talent, a talent that can bring peace to the country. Now that I have seen you today, I can see that you are indeed heroic and majestic. Ha, little brother, you are too polite. The city lord laughed. Little brother, you don't have to be so polite. My name is Dong Lai. Brother Chu, you can just call me Big Brother. How dare I? Of course. Little brother, you are a young hero. To be able to make friends with you, it is my social status. I don't dare. It was just a meeting, but the two of them, each with their own ulterior motives, were already very close. Chapter 1789. This result was probably intentional on both sides. When fourth Master Hua saw this, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. www. Gun. COM asterisk looks like these two people have already connected. Next, it would depend on how he was going to arrange an opportunity to treat the city lord's illness. As long as it was successful, his goal would be greatly hopeful. At this time, the people from the Jin and Wu clan arrived one after another. Towards the people from these two clans, the city lord only gave a cold greeting and then invited everyone to sit. Let's talk while eating. Talk while eating? The two patriarchs felt as if they were in a dream. When they entered the living room, they were even more shocked. There was only a small table inside, and on the small table there were a few small plates. On the small plates, there were only small vegetables. There didn't seem to be even a bit of oil. As for the attendants, they had long been chased out by the city lord's manor. Could it be that you are still worried about being assassinated here? Go back. In the past, the city lord was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. His attendants, bodyguards, and guards would all have a corresponding banquet to entertain them. What was going on today? The two patriarchs were secretly shocked. Could it be that something unexpected had happened that they didn't know about? A small family banquet. Please don't show my respect. The East arrival city lord enthusiastically raised his cup. Everyone frowned in their hearts. It really was a lack of respect. It was definitely a lack of respect. Look at this table of vegetables. There wasn't even a bit of meat. Damn it. I believe that even the lowest servant in my family would eat better than this. Could it be that this meal was actually a memory of bitterness and sweetness? Yes, in order to express the closeness of this city lord to everyone. These are a few dishes cooked by my wife. The city lord laughed heartily. Everyone, since you are here, you are not outsiders. Other than me, you are the only ones who can taste my wife's cooking. Please don't be polite, as expected of the city lord. With one sentence, not only did he cover up his embarrassment, he also pulled everyone into the position of close friends. The Jin clan patriarch was a man with a square face. He had delicate features, and at first glance he looked righteous and dignified. However, a cold glint occasionally flashed in his eyes, revealing that he was not as kind and righteous as he appeared on the surface. The head of the Wu family was a man with a goatee. He was thin and withered like an old man. However, he naturally had the air of a superior being ordering people around. Chu Yang only took a glance and had a general impression of these two clan masters. He lowered his head. Soon after, the city lord personally introduced them to each other, and the conversation gradually became lively. This was especially true for fourth Master Hua, who had a high status. He was treated with great courtesy by the two patriarchs. Chu Yang was a rising star of the younger generation. So, the clan masters of the two clans were more or less on guard against him. They behaved appropriately and were more than polite. Intimacy was definitely not enough. This time, I've invited all of you here to discuss some recent events in Xixia City. The city lord stated the purpose of this meeting before they had even drunk 3 rounds of wine. Of course, the original content of the meeting was not like this. However, the sudden incident made the city lord destitute, and he truly had nothing to show for it. Therefore, the original plan had to be cancelled. As for the most important thing right now, it was naturally to accumulate wealth. The first thing is the destruction of the Li clan. The city lord looked at Chu Yang. Then he said, after the destruction of the Li clan, such a big house can't be left empty. Who's interested in taking over? He said, who's interested, but his eyes were only looking at Chu Yang. The clan masters of the Jin clan and Wu clan were very sensible and didn't answer. Both of them knew that if they took over, the other clan would definitely not be happy to see it. The city lord would also not agree to it. Now, the city lord had made it clear that he was supporting divine Dr. Chu to take over, so that the balance of power between the clans in Xixia City would not be out of balance. Chu Yang coughed. He said, City Lord, I do have this plan, but in such a short time I don't have that many. Ahem, purple cloud coins. Dong Lai smiled and said, but how much can Brother Chu gather? May I ask how much is the official selling price for that house? Chu Yang wasn't stupid. He simply asked for the price on the spot. 400,000 Xixia coins. The city lord stretched out 4 fingers. This was an exorbitant demand, or rather, an exorbitant price. The clan masters of the Jin clan and Wu clan couldn't help but twitch their mouths. The officials had taken away all the things in the Li clan, leaving only an empty house, and they still wanted to sell it for 400,000 Xixia coins. That was worth 400,000 billion Shuiyan coins. No matter how high the price of that dilapidated house was, it definitely couldn't be sold for 100,000 Xixia coins. But Chu Yang was obviously thinking, as if he was tempted, the 2 clan masters couldn't help but gloat in their hearts. Is this spendthrift going to take the bait? Sure enough, Chu Yang spoke. For 100,000. I'm afraid this price is a little expensive. However, if I can sell the surrounding land and the Li clan's original business and take over all of them, this number isn't too outrageous. Chu Yang muttered to himself, even with those, it's still not worth 100,000 Xixia coins, not to mention 400,000 Xixia coins. This divine Dr. Chu seems to be a fool, and a fool who's biting off more than he can chew and wants to compete with us. You don't have anything. Not even a subordinate. Even if you have those in name, what's the use? Who will manage them for you? The 2 clan masters scolded him in their hearts, but they didn't say anything on the surface. They didn't even show any expression on their faces. Well, if Brother Chu is interested, there's no harm in making this decision. The city lord was very happy. Things that were only worth tens of thousands of Xixia coins were sold for 400,000 Xixia coins. This could solve the urgent problem, so he was naturally in a good mood. But I don't have so much money now. I can only take out 100,000 Xixia coins at most. Chu Yang looked embarrassed. I'm afraid that I'll need some time to turn over the other things. Can I sign an IOU first? Everyone was stunned. Then they understood Chu Yang's meaning. This guy obviously wants to buy all the businesses outside the Li clan with 100,000 Xixia coins. And he's probably going to refuse to pay the remaining 300,000 Xixia coins. The 2 clan masters gloated in their hearts. This fool! You still don't know the temper of the city lord, right? An IOU? As long as you sign an IOU, you can only take out more money. And it's impossible for you to refuse to pay. We've been dealing with this city lord for so many years. No problem. The city lord was very straightforward. I trust you. He thought in his heart, I trust you. But I don't trust you. I'll go and ask for money once a week. I'll ask for as much as I can. After many years, not to mention 300,000 Xixia coins, I'll even get back 3,000,000 Zisha coins. Thank you for your trust, City Lord. Chu Yang thanked him very happily. The stone in his heart finally landed on the ground. Finally, he had a place to stay in Lauda, and it was a big enough place to settle down. And it was adjacent to his final target, Zixia Palace. Then, the city lord carried out a division of the current forces, said a few words of warning in a stern voice, and then talked about the projects that the city lord residence was preparing now, and other pleasantries. He successfully extorted a few thousand Zixia coins from the Jin clan and the Wu clan. After his goal was achieved, the city lord unceremoniously asked him to leave. Sigh, I'm suddenly a little tired, Brother Chu. Please stay for a while. I have something to tell you. Yes, he only wanted divine Dr. Chu to stay for a while. Everyone else get out quickly. That's what he meant. Fourth Master, Hua's goal was achieved. Let's talk about the future later. He simply stood up to bid farewell and left. The two clan masters of the Jin clan and the Wu clan also walked out, as if they were swept out of the door. No one actually sent them off. Brother Jin, what do you think of this matter? Let's wait and see. This Chu Yang, I'm afraid his ambition is not small. Ha! He has the heart, but no one. It's also in vain. That's right, that's right. The two of them laughed and parted ways. Brother Chu, I heard that you're very good at treating my illness. He hurriedly pulled Chu Yang to the study room. This was the city lord's first sentence. As a city lord, it was somewhat despicable for him to be so ungentlemanly and disrespectful. But as a man, the city lord's way of doing things was quite understandable. Chu Yang touched his nose and said, About this, I more or less have some experience. The city lord laughed and patted Chu Yang's shoulder vigorously. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The younger generation will surpass us in time. They were just acquaintances, but he made such an intimate gesture for the first time. This only showed how excited the city lord was at this moment. He couldn't control his emotions. Chu Yang blinked his eyes and laughed along with him. It seemed that he didn't understand the situation in front of him. It was obviously his humble words. How did it lead to the city lord's words of the younger generation will surpass us in time? Little brother, I heard that you recently ascended from below. The city lord's attitude was even more affectionate. Although the Li, Jin, and Wu clans couldn't confirm Chu Yang's origin, the city lord was very clear about Chu Yang's origin. In the heavenly layers, no matter how high the status, there was still only one identity certificate. Chu Yang's identity certificate was obtained in Zixia City. His origin was naturally not a secret to the city lord. Yes, when I first came here, I made a lot of jokes. It's unbearable to look back on the past. But I don't know which plane little brother came from. The city lord asked with a smile, Maybe you know someone. Well, I ascended from the heavenly layers continent. Chu Yang simply said, This was not worth hiding. It's the heavenly layers continent. The city lord's face suddenly changed. Yes, have you heard of it? The city lord's face became serious. Is it the heavenly layers continent where Chen Feng and Lu Yin live? Chu Yang was startled. He didn't expect these two legendary figures to be so famous in the heavenly layers imperial court. Yes. Does the city lord know these two seniors?